Good morning. Happy Thursday, and welcome to the fabulous Prairie View Cricket Grounds here in Prairie View, Texas. We're about 50 or so miles west of downtown Houston. Welcome to the Masters Tournament, the USA versus Canada 50 and over, an encounter that takes place here in Prairie View between two of the more impressive sides that you will see, at least. The players will tell you that they were more impressive when they were a little bit younger, but still a magnificent array of talent here for those of us who are able to see. This is Brian Walters, and I've been asked to describe some of the action for you. The news from the center is that Canada has lost the toss. The USA has won that toss, and then after having a good look at what appears to be a pretty tricky wicket to bat on, USA has decided to take a bowl first. So pretty breezy, cool conditions here in Prairie View. I would say the temperature is around maybe 50 degrees or so Fahrenheit. Pretty stiff wind coming in from the southwest, maybe around 15 or so miles an hour. As you look towards the middle, you are looking from the north toward the south. So you're looking in the background, you will see the Highway 290, that main artery that takes traffic between Houston and Austin. And the traffic is going to be true, well, not the traffic, but the weather, I think, is going to be a bit of a factor for the first part of this match. The conditions are such that, if you're a bowler, you'd want to bowl on this wicket. It looks very grassy. There's in particular a very interesting spot where there's a thick amount of grass outside the left-hander's off stump batting from the north end. So something to keep an eye on as we go into throughout this match. But again, the news from the middle is that the USA has won the toss and they have elected to have a bowl. The batters for Canada will be Imran Kazmi and Nadim Malik. Bowler is going to be Ramkishan. Umpires, we'll say more about the umpires in due time, but the umpires are Bandula Hetiarachi and Naveed Siddiqui. Canada is ready, the batters are ready, and we are now ready to get started. Playing conditions, and we will get more into the playing conditions as we go through the course of this game. The short version of the playing conditions are that within the first power play, which is the first 15 overs, again, we're playing a 45 over match. Within the first 15 overs, you're not allowed more than 3 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. And as it is right now, as Ramkishan is sort of surveying his field, looking at where the fielders are. Currently, there are only 2 fielders outside of the circle. There is a man down at fine leg and another player down at third man. So those 2 are, in fact, now we see a third player dropping back. No, in fact, that player is dropping back only to mid off inside the circle. So here we go. First delivery, swinging. Looks, Ramkishan is a tall left arm seamer. That first ball outside off stump. Not a lot of pace. Maybe you could say that a few years ago he would have had a little bit more pace than what he's showing now. But left arm over the wicket. Now second delivery, he bowled him right off of the inside edge. It appears from here. I mentioned that he swung it just a little bit before this, the first delivery. The second delivery apparently swung just a little bit more, and it clipped the inside edge of the bat and knocks back the middle stump. So Canada not having the start that they wanted here, but USA is very, very happy to have won the toss and decided to bowl. I mentioned that the batting conditions will be a little bit tricky to start with. That ball did not bounce very much at all. maybe just on driving length, drew the batter forward, but he was not able to get much on it as the swing from that left arm angle into him eluded most of the bat. I believe took the inside edge and knocks the stumps back. So one man down already, Canada, without any runs on the board. They'll not, of course, be very happy with that start. And unfortunately, Mr. Kazmi walks back, not having troubled the scorer, Venkat, who is to my immediate left. Canada now in a spot of bother. Two deliveries into this match, they are none for one.
Excuse me, is it Rajendra Shankar? Oh,
So new batter in is Rajendra Shankar facing up to the new, oh, big swipe and a miss. Very ambitious shot there for the first shot that you're playing on a wicket that is going to ask serious questions. A big wave outside off stump and misses. So Canada looking a little bit shaky to start here. The new batter is Rajendra Shankar. And another delivery outside off and not able to get any bats on it this time. And now four balls in. Canada is one wicket down. And they're only, it appears that the tricky nature of this wicket is going to cause problems as we have Ramkishan coming into bowl again. Very short run up, left arm, a big full ball actually, the low full toss and a big swipe and a miss. So Canada here struggling to get the ball on, or get bat onto ball. Five deliveries gone in the first over, one wicket down already, and no runs on the board. And the last ball here of the first over, very full and punched down to mid-on, no run. So a wicket made to start with here for Ramkishan Hanumara. Really, really good first over, and applause from his teammates and his coaching staff out on the sideline as USA starts exactly the way that they would have wanted. Canada is none for one. So none for one. And the bowler coming in from the highway end, the southern end of the ground, will be Arun Tolodor. Arun, just based on his run-up, is a right arm seamer, and he will be bowling to Nadim Malik. Again, here in the first power play, the first 15 overs of the innings. The innings is evenly divided into three segments of 15 overs each, 45 over match. The first power play, overs 1 through 15, only three fielders are allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. As of right now, with the start that the USA has had, they still have two fielders outside the circle, both one down in front of us here at third man and the other in the leg side opposite of third man, which is fine leg. They are allowed one more if they choose to, but as of right now, it's aggressive. It's an aggressive enough field that they don't feel the need to be able to do that. First delivery knocked into the onside by Nadim Malik, no run. So Arun Tolodor, I hope I'm saying his name properly, right arm seamer, very short run up, but delivers a fair amount of pace from just a two or three run run up, 2 or 3 step run up rather. This first ball, or this next ball rather, is outside the line of off stump, left alone by Nadim Malik. So Canada, I think, has some real work to do here to repair the damage that has been caused, and this delivery is played into the onside, not far enough to be able to get a single. So, of course, Canada looking to sort of get things going. Nadim Malik appears to be really eager to get off of strike, if for no other reason than to get the fact or get the scoreboard ticking. Nothing yet from 8 deliveries, 1 wicket, but no runs yet to the total or to the scoreboard. And this edge this time down to third man. Short third man. In fact, not third man. It's actually taking a man at deep slip. So 9 deliveries on the trot to start this innings, and Canada has still not scored. We are set for 45 overs. And again, we're here in the first power play. The first 15 overs where only 3 fielders are allowed outside the circle. Yet another dot ball. Umpires, Bandula Hetiarachi, originally from Sri Lanka and is a board certified Sri Lankan umpire, but these days makes his home in the Los Angeles area. Very, very competent umpire. I've seen him work before and he does very good work. Oh, great delivery. Very full Yorker length and defended into the offside, into that man at short cover. So 5 deliveries on the trot in this over have not yet yielded a run. The previous over, the first of the innings, was also a maiden. So Canada in trouble here of, or in danger of having the first 2 overs of the innings be maidens, and they've already lost 1 wicket. Tell you more about, in fact, that was the last delivery. So that is the end of the second over. So 2 overs, no runs to the total, 1 wicket down. Arun Tulador. I'm going to get that name right eventually. With a maiden to match the maiden bowled by Ramakishan Hanumara. And Ramakishan will continue bowling here from the forest and the north end of the ground. And he will be bowling to Rajendra Shankar. Left arm over. This ball is driven into the covers. This is good down. In fact, it gets past that man of cover and it runs away for the first scoring shot of the day, which is also the first boundary of the day. So maybe a touch too wide with that left arm over angle by Ramkishan. Offered the width to Rajendra Shankar, and Shankar clearly needed no invitation to be able to play what was essentially a really nice square drive. And once it got past that man at the backward point position, there was always going to be a boundary there. This next delivery, a lot straighter and defended into right that same position at backward point. So a single taken. So Canada all now looking to get things going. They're 5 now for 1. First 2 balls of this over have yielded 5 runs as compared to the previous 12, which yielded none. So Canada off and running. Big swipe and a miss. Stumbled forward there. Did Nadim Malik. Luckily for him, it was not a spinner in operation because he sort of struck at that delivery a little bit too aggressively and fell forward out of his crease. But luckily for him, the keeper's all the way back. Next delivery. Oh, defended, or he attempts to defend it, but awkwardly plays a shot and does not make contact. So the first 2 balls of this over yielded 5 runs. The next 2 balls, similar to the first 12, are dot balls. Shankar again clips this one to square leg. No run there. Oh, a little bit. Well, shy at the stumps. Keeper doesn't collect cleanly, but man at backward point backs up, and so another dot ball. So last ball to come here in the third over. The second being bowled by Ramkishan. And last delivery is yet another dot ball. So of 18 deliveries that have been bowled in this innings so far, 16 have been dot balls. The first two balls of this third over that has just been completed went for 5 runs. And so at the end of 3, the score is 5 for 1. So back to the playing conditions that we were discussing a second ago. The first 15 overs constitute the first power play, and those 15 overs, during those first 15 overs, you can have a maximum of 3 fielders allowed outside the circle. Bit of an issue here. I believe there's an issue for the scorer not able to get something going. We're a little bit of a delay while this issue is being worked out with the scorer and the umpire.
It's not working.
And a little bit of a delay, as I mentioned, while we get that worked out. But that gives us time to discuss a little bit more about the playing conditions. So, playing conditions, the first 15, 3 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. And by the way, we say 30-yard circle. It's not technically a circle that goes all the way around the wicket 30 yards in circumference. What it is 2 semicircles with the center of those semicircles, the middle stump at each end. And those semicircles start on either side of the wicket. One starts at square leg and the other all the way back around to point. And so those 2 semicircles are then joined by straight lines between the 2 semicircles. So essentially, we're talking about, it's been a while since I took geometry, so I couldn't tell you what the actual shape is. But anyway, within that, let's call it 30-yard circle, within that circle, 6 of the 9 fielders have to be, at least minimum of 6, have to be within that 30-yard area for the first 15 overs. After the first 15 overs, as a fielding side, you're allowed to have up to 4 fielders allowed outside the circle. And then after the 30th over, which is the final power play, you're allowed to have at least 5, or you're allowed to have up to 5 outside of the circle. So those are the playing conditions. Those of you who are astute observers of the international game will know that they're a little bit more liberal in terms of the number of fielders allowed outside during the power play overs.
Yeah.
But we are to the point now. Again, we're playing. The players are all 50 years old and over, so that allows for a little bit more defensive field if necessary, and certainly allows for, I think, scoring opportunities as the batting side still has opportunities to score, but the bowling side also has to fit within those restrictions. So anyway, here we go. Back. Oh, it's clipped in the air over that man at backward square. It's going to run close to the boundary. Picked up down there on the boundary, on the fine leg boundary, and they run 2. They're coming back for 3. Throw comes in to the keeper's end, and they run 3. I believe they ran 3. So 3 runs, I believe that was 3 to the total. And so the score now ticks on to 8. Bit of activity here. Of course, This facility here in Prairie View, a lot of maintenance required. If you've never been to this facility, oh, leading edge and almost picked up by the keeper. Boy, looking to flick that ball away on the leg side. He got a leading edge and it popped up perilously close. The keeper who agonizingly tried to get to it, not able to complete the catch, but luckily for the batter, he was not able to get there. But again, if you've never been to this facility here in Prairie View, 8 cricket grounds, there's not very many places in the U.S. is at full toss, defended awkwardly into the outside. Not many places in the U.S. where you can see that many fields in one facility. So a tremendous advantage. Of course, if you're in this part of the country in Texas where there's a lot of room, and so it's not surprising that you have an area that is large enough to maintain a facility like this. But of course, having the area is just the first step. The rest of it is just the infrastructure and the maintenance that goes along with putting together such a magnificent facility. And the certainly a lot of activity that goes on, and that's required to have this facility operate the way that it has been. And now this ball is clipped down to backward square. They run for 2. In fact, it's clipped down to fine leg. A lot of moving parts here. One of the disadvantages of having a setup outside, which is where we are, is that we're at the mercy of the weather conditions. And as of right now, having to be a little bit judicious with how we maintain all of the different moving parts here, because you may have lost vision slightly because that wind is picking up. I mentioned the wind earlier, coming from our right, from the southwest. Let's call it the west southwest, and wreaking havoc with the camera as well as the equipment that we have here in the commentators area. So a lot of moving parts. We may have an inaccurate score, but we'll verify all of that for you shortly. We have the score right now as 9-1. That may be the case, but we'll get back to that shortly. In the meantime, it's a great delivery as Ramkishan starts his third over. That ball, left arm over, pitching sort of on an off stump line and then lifting off that pitch. And boy, it's all I can do right now to keep up with these pieces of equipment that are sailing all over the place. I had to reach and grab this laptop. But hopefully, through the rest of the day, the conditions will get a little bit better because right now we're fighting against several different elements. But anyway, trying to keep the action or keep the description of the action going. Another dot ball here by Ramkishan. And 3 deliveries bowled here in the 5th over. Here's a 4th, very full and driven to mid-on. A run through for a single. So Canada, of course, starting very slowly, but the scoring has picked up somewhat in the last 7 or 8 balls as a very stiff wind continues to blow from the west. Very full and driven into the covers this time. No run. I believe 1 ball is left here in the over. And we have the scorer attempting to communicate with the umpire. I believe that the score is around 12, but we'll get all of that confirmed here shortly. I think this is Oh, really brutal delivery. And oh, this should have been a dolly. That is a dolly. It should have been taken. A ball lifting very, very quickly off of the pitch and awkwardly defended. Batter not able to control it. lobbed it right into that fielder's hand at gully, but he was not able to complete the catch. So the over ends with a pretty much simple chance, even at any level of cricket. Sure, any one of these fielders would have been able to happy to snap up that opportunity, but it does appear from here to have been a life granted to the batter. So at the end of five, the score is, we believe, 10-1. Nadeem on one, Rajendra, or Nadeem rather on five, Rajendra on five. 10-1 is the score. We will be back shortly. Take a quick break to figure out a couple of things. We'll be right back. Okay, so welcome back to Prayer Review. It appears that the several issues that we have are still persisting. So our issue with the video has been resolved, but the primary issue now is a problem with the scoring app that is being used. So while that is being worked on, again, we'll just give you an update of where we are in terms of the match situation. 15 for 1 is the score after after 5 overs. 4 overs, 15 for 1. The batters are Nadeem, 7, Rajendra, 8. Ramkishan has bowled 2 overs. He's 1 for 5. The other bowler is Arun Tolodor. He's also bowled 2 overs. We'll get an update on his figures shortly. Okay, so again, still trying to sort out the separate issues around the differing moving parts associated with putting together this tournament. And once again, believe that we have lost our video feed, and so while we work to rectify that, we may have to just again take a short break from the commentary. So let's just take a quick break, and as soon as we get that sorted out, we'll be back on the air with you. Well, while we work to get the video back on, we will describe the action as it's happening. So the first delivery here in the 5th over, down the leg side and clipped away for a couple down to backward square leg. The score now moves on to 17 for 1. 17 for 1, and the batters are Rajendra and Nadeem. Bowler is still Arun, bowling from the southern end. Arun in again and defended this time just back down the pitch. With the wind blowing the direction that it is, I'm wondering if it would not make more sense to actually switch both of these bowlers, because any swing that the left-hander would get would be into the right-hander, but the wind is blowing directly at an angle that would essentially negate that swing. And another agonizing scream as that ball lobbed up into the air, not really controlled by the batter that time. And then, of course, Arun, as a right-hander, would also be swinging the ball from the south, swinging it away from the right-hander, but with the wind blowing in this direction, coming from the west, that would actually also tend to negate the swing coming from that angle. So I think you might get a lot more swing from both of these opening bowlers if they were to both switch the ends that they're both bowling from. Just something to pay attention to. But in the meantime, two consecutive dot balls after that initial double. So three balls having been bowled thus far in the fifth over. Score is still 17 for one. Peel for a leg before and he's given him. Very full, very straight. Umpire Bandula took us just a short second to think about it, but from his perspective, it was pretty adjacent and immediately raises the finger. So a second wicket goes now for Canada, and they're now again on the back foot as we have the video coming in and out, unfortunately. But the second wicket falls for Canada. We'll get the details on exactly who that batter is. As I mentioned, a lot of activity going on, and not all of it completely within the control of us here in the commentating area. But we'll get the update on the batter who was dismissed, and of course, the batter who is now replacing the outgoing batter. We'll get that information to you as soon as we can get it. But for now, the big picture is Canada has lost their second wicket. The score is now 17, I would believe. 17 for 2. 17 for 2 is the score. Before the wicket fell, the scores were Rajendra 7 from 15 and Nadeem Malik 8 from 18. Obviously, with one of those two having been dismissed, we'll get the name of the new bowler. Oh, check that, the new batter. But now we're back to the top of the bowling coming from the top here from the north. This is again Ramkishan, left arm over. First delivery struck into the offside for no run. This next delivery, again with that same left arm over angle, leaving this ball alone outside off stump. So another dot ball, two dot balls here to start the sixth, start the fifth rather. Oh, start the. We'll get all of this organized as soon as we can. Here's Ramkishan again, very full and driven again into the offside. Trickles down to mid off for no run. Three straight dot balls here to start.
The new batsman is on strike. Who's on strike?
Ramkishan again, a short ball. Oh, not a lot of carry in that short ball, and adjudged wide by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. I believe that was adjudged wide on length, but as short as it was, it still bounced a second time before it got to the keeper, which I think is an indication of how little bounce there is right now on the pitch and how difficult batting conditions are. Next delivery driven into the offside for no run. Again, outside off, and again, no shot offered. So 18 for 2 is what I believe the score is. The score card still says 15 for 2. Again, hate to have to keep saying it. We're attempting to corral a lot of different moving parts here as an attempt to get this um, broadcast to you. But that looks like the end of the over. After the end of the over, unofficially, the score is 18 for 2. We will see how accurate that is when we finally get all the moving parts together. So, no question, a lot of issues here regarding the broadcast, but I would think that we'd be able to have all of this under control as soon as we can. But in the meantime, we're continuing to soldier on and try to attempt to get this information to you as best we can. Bowling again to be picked up from the southern end, highway end, by Arun Tolodor. Arun, right arm over, couple steps, and very whippy action. Very full, driven back to the bowler for no run. So it appears that officially the score is 16 for 2 and not 18. So something to keep up with here. 16 for 2. The first delivery is a dot ball. Very, very windy conditions here, and the players themselves are doing their best to be able to manage this weather. Beautiful day, very, very cool from a temperature standpoint, but the wind is making things difficult overall. Oh, quick delivery this time and well kept by the keeper. So, a word about the wide balls. If there is a wide ball, ordinarily anything that is down the leg side is adjudged to be wide. But one of the playing conditions here in this tournament is that if the ball is marginally down the leg side, let's say just, maybe a fifth or sixth stump line down the leg side, umpires, instead of adjudging that a wide, have the this discretion to be able to just allow that to be a dot ball. But if that happens again in the same over, then that next ball will be adjudged a wide. So a couple of deliveries ago, that ball may have been down the leg side, but unless it's egregiously down the leg side, you'll probably not see the umpires give those as wides. But if there is a second delivery within the same over that goes down the leg side, then that one will be adjudged as a wide. This is deflected, short, fine leg, quick throw back into the striker's end for no run. So 16 for 2 is what the score remains. And boy, we are truly having difficulty corralling all of the equipment that keeps flying and sailing around due to the tremendous wind. This ball is outside off stump and flashing and missing as the batter not making any contact. Batters are Vishan and Nadeem Malik and Vishan Demel. And this ball is struck just past the bowler, but not far away enough for there to be any issue with regard to giving up a run. So another dot ball. And at the end now of 8 overs, the score is 16 for 2. So eventually we'll get all of this worked out, folks. More than enough time to get things underway. And even with the few hiccups that we've had so far, we're really settling here for what hopefully will be a very pleasant and entertaining day's cricket. Continuing here is Ramkishan. Oh, outside edge that does not carry all the way to slip, and it runs away down the hill all the way for four. So that tells me two things. Number one, the outfield is lightning quick. Even generally here in the Houston area, there's a certain amount of dew that shows up at night. But even with some dew from this morning, it still appears that the outfield is very quick and that ball did not carry, which is sort of the second thing I wanted to point out, that the slip fielders may consider coming up a step, as might the keeper for that matter, because it appears that the ball is not firing through off of this wicket. Second delivery, defended, and a diving attempt by that fielder, short backward point, not able to get there, runs away down the hill, and they run through for two more. So six runs rather, scored here in the first. 6 runs scored from the first two deliveries here in the ninth over. And apologies if we lose the signal here to start this ninth over, because again the wind is wreaking havoc with all the equipment. And here we're looking up at, as we're in the presence of greatness here, it's Justine Gill, but we're looking up from where we can see the effort. Oh, great delivery. Hit that spot and took off from that short of a length position, a short of a length uh, spot on the wicket. But yeah, you're probably seeing a lot of motion where the camera is all over the place because this very stiff wind continues. And I would estimate that this wind has picked up now to maybe 30 miles an hour. So truly difficult conditions, not only with us here in the commentary area, but for the fielders themselves and for everyone who's been asked to ply their trade in these really tricky conditions. Ramkishan continuing, left arm over, very full and flashing and missing is Nadim Malik, not able to make contact. So yet another dot ball. 22 for 2 is the score as things sort of go along here. Another delivery short outside off stump, and this one is left alone by the batter. That's Nadim Malik. He allows this to go through to the keeper. And so 6 runs come from the first 2 balls of that over, but beyond that, 4 dot balls close things out. And so at the end of 9, the score is 22 for 2. Nadim, 14 from 29. Bishan Demel, none from, I believe, 2 balls faced. And the score is 22 for 2. So 9 overs gone. Ramkishan has bowled 5. And Arun has bowled, I believe, 4. And I think Arun himself should be coming on now to bowl his 5th. A bit of a delay as the Canadian batter runs off to have, not sure exactly what he's having done, but now coming back to the wicket to take up his position at the non-strikers end. I believe that's Nadim Malik. And Vishan Demel should be the one on strike. Vishan, tall right-handed bowler, or batter rather. And it appears that Arun Tolodor will continue bowling. And here he is. Yep. And this ball is down the leg side, just off of the thigh or the keeping pads of the keeper. From our angle, it's a little difficult to tell, but I think that was down the leg side. And hopefully, as I mentioned, if the ball goes down the leg side, it's not necessarily a wide. Now, this ball is a little bit further outside off, left alone by Vishan Demil. So again, at the risk of repeating myself, ordinarily any ball that is down the leg side is adjudged to be a wide. But in this form of the game, or in this tournament, one of the playing conditions is that you essentially, as a bowler, allowed one down the leg side. As this ball is lofted, beautiful in the air. That's the check drive, runs away down the hill for four. That's really well played by Vishan Demil. Fielder inside the circle at mid-on, and no necessary flourish, not a huge drive, just really well timed. Just an elevated check drive, and once it got over the head of that fielder at mid-on, it ran away down the hill for four. So really a good piece of batsmanship, to be honest. And 26 for 2 now the score. Outside off. That's a good comeback delivery. Shorter in length and maybe just a touch quicker also. The keeper is keeping up to the stumps, which is not easy. To Arun Tolodor. Good swift piece of keeping. 26 for 2 is the score. I believe with about 2 balls to go in this over. Struck right straight past the bowler, and the fielder running around from mid-on rather, retrieves it and holds him to a single. So 1 ball remaining here in the 10th. Score moves on to 27 for 2. Outside off and cut to the fielder backward point. No run. And that is the end of the over. So at the end of 10, 35 more to go here in the first innings, in the first match of this segment of the tournament. Score is 27 for 2. Score is 27 for 2. And again, at the risk of being repetitive, we have lost temporarily, excuse me, a camera feed. Working to get that camera set up right here in front of the commentator's booth. So the angle that you will see when we're back up with the video feed will be a little different from what you've seen thus far in this game. This ball is clipped right down to the fielder at mid-off. Running through for a quick single. 28 for 2 now the score. And again, once we get the camera set back up again, when you get that feed, it will be from a slightly different angle. This ball, interesting that Ramkishan has chosen now to go around the wickets, bowling left arm around into the two right-handed batters. Ramkishan into his sixth over. Oh, short delivery. And has the batter hopping around that time. I think that ball caught him a bit by surprise, not expecting to get that short delivery. And it appears as though the pitch, which started out very, very low and very slow, starting to pick up just a little bit Another short ball, and ducking out of the way is the batter. I believe that is Nadim Malik. Nadim Malik now facing two short deliveries with a bit of aggression now being shown by Ramkishan. Left arm around angle. And there's the fast bowler's trick. Short ball followed by a very full ball, but equal to the task is Nadim Malik and defends it back down the pitch. No run, but a lot going on here. From where we are, slightly different angle from what you're seeing now for us compared to what you're seeing at the start of this innings. But another good delivery to close things out here in the 11th over here by Ramkishan. One run scored from that over, and at the end of 11, the score is 20. Check that, the score is 30 for 2. Thirty for 2. Nadeem, 16 from 36. Bishan, 6 from 17. And now it appears that we'll have a bowling change. We'll confirm the new bowler here shortly. A little bit difficult to work all of this out at the moment, but as soon as we get confirmation of that, we'll let you know as soon as possible. So the statistics that I have in front of me here says that there are 43 people watching on YouTube. First of all, thank you for being able to follow along with us. And if you don't mind, drop a note, say where you're watching from. It's always interesting to hear where everyone is tuning in from. Very full delivery. Oh, that's almost a caught and bowled from the very first ball. Left arm spinner bowling around the wicket. Bowled really what was a low full toss. And Vishan Demel almost struck that right back into the hands of that new bowler, whose name we will have to get shortly. Well, that looks like Himanshu. The new bowler is Himanshu Patadia. So Patadia is a left arm spinner bowling around the wicket. We're still here in the first power play. First power play, again, in the first 15 overs, you're allowed a maximum of 3 outside of the circle, the 30-yard circle. Bit of a delay, not sure exactly what the delay is about. It may have been that Himanshu himself might have been injured while attempting to take that return catch, that first delivery that he bowled, that almost presented a caught and bowled opportunity, not able to take advantage of it, and again, may have just injured himself. And in fact, we see now here Rafi Kazi, one of the USA players, coming to get that medical kit and running out to the middle. So certainly a bit of a concern for USA as that first delivery from Himanshu Patadia was struck right back at him. And I believe that in the process of trying to catch that ball, he may have injured himself. So a little bit of a delay. In fact, yeah, there's a bit of a delay. Canadians are rehydrating at the same time that we see the USA players attending to Himanshu. Okay, so couple of comments. First of all, Mr. Canadian fan, I assume it's Mr. If it's not, please forgive me. It appears that you're tuning in from Mississauga, Ontario. Thank you very much for being with us on the commentary, and you have responded with a request to name the playing 11 for Canada. I'm more than happy to do that. My sheet says Nadim Malik, Imran Kazmi, Rajendra Sankar, Bishan Demel, Rohan Jayasekara, Naveed Sarai, David Mohammed, John Lewis, and Kiran Patel. Those are your playing 11. And then beyond that, there is Vijay Kumar, Matalagan, Eswar Lingan. I know I didn't pronounce that properly. Hopefully, you know who I'm talking about. Daniel Sabia and Manohar Pamula. It appears that in this format, you're allowed to bat 11 but bowl 12. So, of those names I just called, the first 12 essentially eligible to bowl, and then the 11, the first 11 I called are those who are allowed to bat. Back to the live action now. Oh, a little bit of a tricky bounce there, bouncing a little bit more than the batter was expecting it to. That is Vishandamel. So two tricky deliveries here for him to start. First ball almost struck it right back into the hands of the bowler himself. And the second one, not able to get good bats on it. The third delivery pulls it around the corner. They run two. Boy, I tell you, the keeper had a lot of work to do running that ball. Check that, running that ball all the way down from his position behind the stumps, which makes you wonder why the short third or the short fine leg didn't go after that. But two more runs to the total. Score is now 32 for 2. Defended this time into the onside, onto the offside rather. Two balls remaining. Good over here underway, and boy, looking to go for a big drive, and he edged it onto the stumps. He's bowled him. Boy, big heave being attempted that time by Vishandamel, looking to play it over the onside. Always dangerous to try to play the left arm spinner across the line. He was really hitting well across the line, looking to play that away on the onside, and that inside edge again taken and rolls back onto the stump. So the third wicket now goes down for Canada. Canada a little bit shaky to start, then steadied things in the middle of that first power play, but now approaching the end of the first power play, the third wicket goes down. So not a good thing for you as a side to have lost 3 wickets inside of one power play. Canada, unfortunately for them, at this point is struggling a little bit. So it would appear, just looking at all of the comments, and we are looking, here's another comment from Sandra. Sandra, just that quickly, I believe, deleted her comment. I think it said a Canadian from Sri Lanka. I think that's what I saw. But even though you deleted the comment there, Sandra, thank you very much for watching. And we always appreciate the opportunity to have as many people as we can follow as we attempt to get this information to you as much as we can. Daily Aesthetics says, come on, USA, we can do this. Daily Aesthetics, where are you watching from? It would be good to know that as well. So the new batter is in. Rohan Jaisekara is the new batter. So Vishan Demil is the one who has been dismissed, and the new batter is now Rohan Jaisekara. USA now applying pressure, so there are now two slips. There's a regulation first slip, and there is what appears to be about a wide third slip, or maybe even the fourth slip. A good aggressive captaincy here by the USA, looking to turn the screws here on Canada. Defended for no run, but that's a really successful over bowled here by Himanshu Patadia. Ranjay Sekara negotiates safely that his first ball, which is the last ball of the 12th over. At the end of 12, the score is 32 for 3. 32 for 3 is the score. Again, welcome to all who are following along here from the sunny but cold and very breezy Prairie View, Texas. Here in Texas, first of all, it's very flat. And as the name of the town implies, it's essentially a prairie. There's not a lot in terms of any natural or man made features to prevent the wind from blowing. So when that wind blows, boy, there's nothing to sort of break it up. So you're wide open here on the prairie in Prairie View. New bowler coming from the north end of the field, the forest end, as we call it here in Prairie View, is Hussein Zubair. Hussein Zubair is right arm spinner, very experienced. I personally have known Zubair for a very long time. He and I played for the same club in Austin, and he's just wily and cagey. He has a million tricks up his sleeve and truly can be a tricky customer to negotiate. Two dot balls to start with. Now very full driven right back to Zubair. So three on the trot, three balls bowled, three dot balls. Zubair with that characteristic cap turned backwards, does not like to give the cap to the umpire. He prefers to just turn his cap around backward and bowl with that cap on. Of course, nothing in the rules that stops you from doing that. And it's one of the things that Zubair himself likes to do. Fifth ball struck into the offside for no run. So five straight dot balls here to start the final, the penultimate over of the power play. Last delivery floated up and defended into the offside. So a dot ball, another very good over bowled here by the Hussein Zubair with his first over is a maiden at the end of that over. The score remains 32 for 3. A couple of other people responding about where they're listening in from. Rajan is listening from Brampton, Canada. Rajan, if I'm not mistaken, Brampton is not too far away from, well, it is in Ontario, I think. Not having been there myself, I don't know exactly, but I do know a fair number of people who are from that area. So thank you very much for joining and for watching with us. First delivery of the second over being bowled by Himanshu Patadia is defended. And now again, pressure being applied. There's a couple of slips in position and defended very nicely. Slip, a regulation slip at first slip, and then let's call it a third slip. Very full, and it's driven past the hand of that man in third slip, running down the hill here toward us, and it may just be pulled back. Yep, just pulled back. And the batters run through for two. Good long run there by Fazal, who is the fielder. Not able to get that catch was that fielder at third slip. And Fazal had to do the work running all the way around from a backward point position. So two more runs to the total here for Canada. Floated up a great delivery. Drew the batter forward and had him poking at that one as it spun past the outside edge of the bat through to the keeper. Really good start here by Himanshu. This again defended down the wicket. 14th over in progress, I believe. And if that's the case, that would be the penultimate over of the power play. This is driven handsomely. Really nice drive, actually. That may be the shot of the day. Driven beautifully all along the ground through extra cover. A diving attempt by the fielder, running across from extra cover inside of the circle. Not able to pull it back in time, and that runs away for four. So a really elegant looking stroke. Has to be said. Nadim Malik, really just a wonderful drive through the offside. And so the last ball of that over goes for four. Score is now 38 for three. And I believe one over remaining here in the first power play. And that will be that one over here in the first power play to be bowled, or yeah, last over in the power play to be bowled again by Hussein Zubair. Driven right down. Oh goodness, this is struck right down the wicket. Interestingly, they don't take a run. I'm not sure exactly why. Zubair stuck his foot out and the ball deflected off his foot and ran away down to mid-on. Easily could have taken a run, but for some reason they chose not to. So that's interesting. Not exactly sure what that was about, but essentially it's a dot ball. Zubair again bowling and tempted drive or attempted defensive shot fizzes past the outside edge, another dot ball. Zubair again slowly through the air and draws the batter forward. This is what you want to be bowling as a spinner. You want that length to be just full enough to draw the batter forward without giving it to him where he likes it in the middle of his drive. So good, intelligent bowling here by Hussein Zubair. This one is, a big strike. And tell you what, another dismissal, three dismissals now that went almost the exact same way. A big drive, inside edge, onto the stumps. So that's the third person who has been dismissed in that way. The fourth wicket itself goes down. And at the end of that little passage of play, Canada again sinks a little bit further into the mire. They're not going to like where they are here. 38 for 4 is now the score. And unfortunately for Canada, that would be the batter who I think was doing the most amount of damage. And in fact, because this is the last over the power play, because it's the last over the power play, it actually, the umpires have decided to take that break early. So 4 wickets down. I believe two more balls to go in the power play when we come back. But for now, a short break in the action, and we'll be back to pick things up here from Prairie View. See you in about 5 minutes.
Not working.
Welcome back to Prairie View. 2 balls remaining here in the first power play. 14.4 overs have been bowled. A wicket having fallen rather on the fourth ball. Umpires decided to, rightly so, to take the break at that time. So the last 2 balls here in the 15th over, the first power play will be bowled by Hussein Zubair. The batters are Rohan Jayasekara, and the new batter who has just come to the crease, I believe, is John Lewis. So Zubair to John Lewis floats this one up and struck in the air. In fact, not in the air. Spectator's catch almost. Struck into the covers for no run. So 1 ball remaining here in the power play by Hussein Zubair. Quicker and flatter this time and pushes it through, defended by John Lewis. And so at the end of the 15th over, the first power play, Canada struggling. 38 for 4 is their score. And they're going right now at the rate of about 2.62 and over. They're certainly going to want to pick that up. In fact, I may have miscalculated on that. And in fact, their actual run rate is 2.53. So they're going to want to make sure that that run rate gets picked up. But more to the point, having lost 4 wickets, it becomes that much more difficult to manufacture any sort of momentum to drive toward anything close to a competitive total. So they have their work cut out for them here, and it does not get any easier as Himanshu Patade, who's bowled 2 very economical overs so far, starts his third. Left arm around the wicket, bowling between the umpire and the stumps. Outside off and allowed to go through by the batter. That is Rohan Jayasekara. Third delivery of this over. Defended into the onside. And all of a sudden, Canada picked up a bit of momentum in the 5th, 6th, 7th overs in that time frame, but they're slowing down again as the loss of these wickets really has put the screws into their innings. And from the USA's perspective, once they're able to bring their spinners on, it becomes that much more difficult to score. So 3 and now 4 straight dot balls as he's looking to whip this one around on the leg side. Does not make contact as Jayasekara. And now 2 balls remaining here in the 16th over. USA continuing to attack. Again, you're allowed in the first power plays. This ball defended and run away down to a very fine, short, fine leg position. The keeper does the hard work to get back there and retrieve that ball. So that was, in fact, the last ball, and that last ball they ran a single for. So at the end of 16, scores 39 for 4. So again, at the end of the first power play, that first power play period where you're only allowed a maximum of 3 fielders outside the circle, I don't think that at any time the Americans had 3 fielders outside in the first power play. And now here in the second power play, if need be, you can have as many as 4 outside of the 30-yard circle. But in looking at where the fielders are now, it appears that all of the fielders for the USA are inside the circle. So very aggressive field setting, daring the Canadians to try to hit over the top. And again, that's very difficult to do with Hussein Zubair operating. And as I say that, I believe this will be a bye, a couple buys. Gets by the keeper, and there's a signal by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. So definitely a bye. or 2 byes rather. So the 17th over starts with 2 extras. If I'm not mistaken, those are the first 2 byes of the innings. Zubair to continue, floating this one up and again drawing that batter forward. Exactly what you want to do as a spinner. Lewis defends and there's no run. Made away to backward point. This next ball. Once again, no run. I said Lewis a second ago. Beg pardon. That is Jayasekar who's on strike. And a flatter, quicker delivery, well defended by Jayasekara. But the dot balls again are starting to pile up for Canada and keeping an eye on that run rate. Run rate, which in a match like this, a 45 over match, you would like to think that a good target would be somewhere around 4 or 5 runs and over in this stage of the innings, and then you look to push towards 6 or 7 and over towards the end. But unfortunately for Canada, the run rate has stagnated and it is even going further down now because outside of the 2 byes from the first ball of this innings, of this over rather, we're still only for Canada at a 2.41 run rate. So only 2 runs coming from that last over. And again, those 2 runs were just 2 byes. Not a lot coming from the bat. The last 3 overs have yielded 0, 1, and 2 runs. So 3 runs coming in the last 3 overs. Really not what you want to have happen if you're Canada. And the more the USA is continuing to turn the screws, excuse me, the more it becomes difficult for Canada to get away and try to put any sort of a competitive total on the board. So, needless to say, Canada, you have your work cut out for you. In the meantime, going back to the comments on the feed, and this before I get back to the comments, this is driven going down square leg, a diving attempt, great piece of a attempted fielding by the fielder down there, running from square leg, but not able to prevent that ball going into the boundary. So full delivery. This is the first average or pedestrian delivered bowled by Himanshu Patadia. It struck firmly and had enough on it to go all the way for 4. So good start to the over here for Canada, and more like this is what they need. And this one is struck on the ground. Oh, good piece of athletic fielding. I think that took one of those bounces that has it going away from the way that the batter or the fielder rather had planned it to go, but he stuck his left hand out and prevented it from getting by him. And another big drive being attempted here. Boys, it looks like Jayasekara is looking to break the shackles a little bit. Check that. Lewis looking to break the shackles. And there he goes again, struck over the top. That's going to run away for 4. So I think Lewis has had enough and is looking to make sure that Canada starts pushing forward for something that they can actually start thinking about defending. Firmly struck, couple of bounces over the top of that fielder at mid-off and runs away for 4. So the score moves on now to 49 for 4. Lewis, on having been at the wicket for a few deliveries, is now striking it above 100. He's now at 8 from 7 balls. And in response, you see now that mid-on has now dropped back to long on. And it's cut away into the offside and run through for a quick single. So that is the end of the over. Much more productive over for Canada. 9 runs from that over. Again, the previous 3 overs had only yielded 3 runs, but 9 from that over, and that brings up the 50 for Canada. Overall run rate is now 2.78. I think they'll need to continue improving on that if they're wanting to make this a competitive total. But overall, I think they'll be happy with the result of that last over. So yes, again going back to the comments, Rajan says that this is balmy weather for the Canadians, and I could not agree more. I was in the Oshawa area a few years ago. It may have been right at this time of the year. And, to leave Texas where the temperature at this time of the year usually is in the 60s and 70s Fahrenheit, that translates to, I believe, around 20 or so Celsius. But to get to Canada and then the temperature was 20 degrees Fahrenheit with snow on the ground certainly would lend credence to that idea that this is balmy, probably May or June weather for the Canadians. It's a new bowler for the USA, Kashif Rana. First delivery very far outside off stump and immediately signaled wide by umpire Naveed Siddiqui. Another one well outside off stump. So two very wide deliveries here to start his spell for Kashif Rana. Now directing traffic, dropping that fielder who is inside the circle in covers. He's dropping him halfway back. So not quite a sweeping position, but certainly dropping him back to where it's a more defensive field. But I guess it doesn't matter where the fielders are if you're not landing the ball where you want to. So the first three deliveries of this over so far have yielded 3 runs, all wide. That is the first dot ball. So 3 runs to the total so far, and only one legal delivery has been bowled by Kashif Rana. Short and cool, attempting to cut but not making any contact. So, it's already considered another wide by umpire Siddiqui. Another one outside off, and umpire thinks about this one and lets this one go. So 4 runs from the over so far. Only 2 balls bowled, and this is now slapped down to. Ooh, looks to have a quick throw and attempted a run there, but not hit far enough. Luckily for Canada, the non-striker got back in time as that's the end the throw went to, and almost a quick mix-up there, but in the end, just another dot ball. Rana, much better delivery on this occasion, exactly where you want it as a spinner, landing it right in that sweet spot. Defended for no run. The umpires both signal to each other 2 balls left. Struck firmly down the ground. A much more defensive field here set up for the USA because the fielder runs around from mid-off and does the cleanup work. So they get 1 run for that. So 5 runs have been scored thus far in this over with 1 ball remaining. Down the leg side, was that played? It will be interesting to see what the umpire signals here as this ball gets close to the boundary. They run 2, coming back for the third. Throw comes in, underhanded throw, really, not a very strong throw at all. So run through for 3, and it is 3 leg byes signaled by umpire Siddiqui. So that, it changes the call, and umpire Siddiqui is signaling it was not leg byes, but in fact it came off of apparently the glove. So I believe that certainly accrues to the batter. I think they ran 3 for that. They're waiting to confirm with the umpire, or between the umpire and the scorers. But either way, that's the end of the over. and 3 runs confirmation. So a total of 8 runs having been scored from that over, 4 extras, 4 of which were wide, and then 4 runs from the bat, a single, and then the last ball of the over yielded three. So the last 2 overs for Canada have resulted in 17 runs, much more along the lines of what they'd be looking for. And now, for the first time in a long time, the run rate goes up over 3. Run rate is now 3.05. 58 for 4 is the score. And to continue bowling from the southern end this time, Hussein Zubair takes over, bowling to John Lewis. Here's Zubair. Floats this one up there and is clipped the square leg. That's a great piece of fielding. Good athletic piece of fielding there by the square leg fielder. Boy, there's no one behind him. That certainly would have run away for 4 had he not stopped that. So credit 4 runs to his account because he just saved his team 4 runs. Another flatter delivery bowled by Zubair and knocked into the offside for no run. Third delivery. Again, that tempting length, just drawing the batter forward. Lewis reaching forward to defend. Shorter, and this is hammered. This really is the first ordinary delivery that Zubair has bowled, and John Lewis takes full advantage of it. Genuine half tracker and pulled away viciously over square leg for 4. So it's a great shot. Bowl or the delivery bowled by Zubair, not the best that he can bowl, and John Lewis takes full advantage of it. So 4 more runs to the total. Canada soldiers on now to 62 for 4. Few adjustments in the field now. Again, a much more defensive field this time as the fielder drops back to square leg. Slower delivery, tossed up a little bit more and defended awkwardly by Lewis. Last ball of the over coming up, I believe. Zubair flattered through the air and defended again in front of the keeper. Runs around, retrieves it, and that is a dot ball that ends things here in the 20th over. So we're approaching the halfway mark of the innings. Again, these are 45 over matches. After 20, the score is 62 for 4. 62 for 4 the score. And in fact, the 2 spinners have switched ends because Zubair came from the southern end, and now we see that Himanshu Patadi has now switched and is now bowling from the north end. So first ball slapped into the onside for no run. Bowling left arm around the wicket, struck down to mid-off. Quick single take and the throw comes into the non-striker's end. They get through for that single. 2 balls bowled so far here in the 21st over. In the air, Couple of bounces. I think they'll just get that one just over where a short extra cover would have been, and a couple of bounces lands in the outfield, but not far enough away from that fielder running around from mid off. So they still only get that one run. Batadia floats this one up and defended to that fielder short mid wicket. Another dot ball. And that is the end of the over. So, excuse me, at the end of the over, the score is 65 for 4. 65 for 4 is the score. Again, Canada looking to sort of steady the ship and then look to accelerate. And I think they've done that for the most part for the last few overs. Getting to the point now where you start thinking about, I think the concern for Canada a couple of overs ago was whether or not they'd be able to bat out all 50 overs or all 45 overs. Now they need to start looking to accelerate. And I think that's certainly something that they're looking to accomplish. Hossein Zubair to continue bowling. Oh, huge swipe and a miss that must have just shaved the off stump. Going right across the line was Rohan Jayasekara. See where Rajan is requesting some player info on Rohan. Rohan is a right-handed opening and middle order batter and wicketkeeper. Played internationally for both Canada and Sri Lanka. He represented Canada for the over 50s in the World Cup in Australia 2018 and in South Africa 2020. And according to our data sheet here, his hobbies are music, squash, and motorcycling. So a real talented man on and off the cricket field. Defended into the offside. No run. Zubair continuing, and this is hit down. Attempted to go big, only able to get that away to short mid wicket for no run. Outside off, no wide given. And I believe one ball remaining here in the 22nd over. Flatter pushed through, and Zubair not able to find the outside edge, which is what he wanted, but he's satisfied with the way that the over ended. 65, in fact, make that 66 for 4 now the score. And 22 overs gone, given that we are playing a 45 over match. The next 3 balls will constitute the halfway point of this match in terms of the number of balls. Of course, 45 overs. And for those of you who are not familiar with the term over, it just simply means the sixth ball or the sixth delivery block of balls that is bowled by one bowler. And an over essentially is how you measure the length of a game. These are all 45 over matches, so 45 multiplied by 6 sounds to me like 270. I think that's right. And to continue bowling from the northern end is Mancha Patadia, looking to swipe across the line, misses out, and only has it loop up off of the bat, or off of the body rather. No run. Mancha now changes his line of attack. He's now bowling over the wicket, trying to take advantage of that angle along with the turn to see if he can give a catch to either the keeper or that lone slip fielder who is standing at about a second slip position. The batter who is acknowledging exactly that fact, and he's let this last ball go through without playing a shot. So a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on, and looking to swipe this one away down the leg side, misses out. Looking from that angle, I guess it's a safer shot than if it were from around the wicket, but he's still not making contact with it. This time he does make contact, drives it down to Hussein Zubair, fielding down at mid-on. That single takes the score to 67 for 4. 2 balls remaining. So your batters are Rohan Jayasekara and John Lewis. Jayasekara is on 15 from 34. Good delivery. Boy. He, yep, that's the end of the over. Good delivery. Defended right in front of the stumps, and that's the end of the over. So at the end of 23, and again at halfway through this previous over constituted the halfway point of the innings. So the score now at the end of 23 is 67 for 4. The batters are Rohan Jayasekara, 15 from, I believe, 25. It's a little hard to read the scorecard, but I think that's right. And then John Lewis, 14 from 22. So right back to work for Hussein Zubair. Dot ball to start the 24th over. His 5th, I believe. Very full and looking to go across the line is Lewis, not able to make contact. Zubair again. This one is a little bit shorter. Bounces a little bit more than one might think. So 3 straight dot balls here to start the 24th. Flatter and skied in the air is going to be a simple catch. Oh, boy. Lewis probably got the worst delivery that he could have gotten. I think his eyes lit up just a little bit too much. And he was looking to pump that over. Think right where you can see a street over to the left side of your screen. He was looking to pump that ball right in that direction. In fairness, had he made contact with that appropriately, he could very easily have cleared that fence because, number one, it was a short ball that sat up and begged to be hit. And then number two, that very stiff wind that we've been talking about all day, that stiff wind would have carried that ball in that direction. But unfortunately for Lewis, he only ended up in just top edging, really a very simple catch to that fielder at mid wicket. So the 5th Canadian wicket goes down. Lewis, after having done a fair amount of damage in his stay at the crease, will be livid that he missed out on probably his best scoring opportunity of the day. But his day with the bat is now finished. 5 down, and Canada has lost half their side. So the new batsman is, or batter is, Naveed Sarai. Naveed Sarai will be coming in to join Rohan Jayasekara. Boy, a lot of opportunities to have scored off of that ball. Again, Zubair is a great bowler, but I don't think that's the best ball that he's ever bowled, and he'll tell you that, but he'll definitely take the wicket. Now Naveed Sarai will be facing Hussein Zubair. Oh, goes right back onto his stumps to defend what really was a very full ball. Always difficult, particularly on a wicket with variable bounce, to go back to those full balls. He's going to want to watch that. That's a good way to get caught at LBW. Goes big, but there's a man down there. I tell you what, it goes all the way over his head for six. So the first six of the match. Boy, not a lot of flourish in that shot. I did not realize he struck it as well as he did. Just a short arm jab, really, sailing over the top of long off. Just a second, I thought the long off fielder had a chance to take that catch, but it sailed well over his head. The first six of the innings is scored by Naveed Sarai, who really has only just come to the wicket 2 balls ago, but came in and immediately announces his authority. So 6 runs from the over. It was a maiden over before that, but this spoils things in terms of the fact that it would have been a maiden. So USA will take the wicket, but that's a great end to the over for Canada. Score is now 7-3 for 5. Himanshu Patadia to continue. This ball is defended in front of the stumps. No run. Struck down to mid-off. Mid-off inside the circle. Pretty easy single taken. Essentially, they walked that single. Of course, you don't expect to see very many sprinted singles with the over 50s. Everyone in this tournament is 50 years of age or older. And of course, on a couple of the other grounds, there are a couple of over 60 matches that are taking place. So a lot of experience, of course, but the physical ability of some of the players is probably less than what they would have wanted it to be. Oh, short arm pull around the corner, and he thinks it's 4. It's not going to be 4. In fact, they end up walking and have to settle for a single. So that's sloppy cricket there from Pakistan, from Canada. Canada thought, forgive that Freudian slip. Uh, Sarai, I believe, thought that he hit that well enough to easily get a boundary, but it, in fact, the ball went nowhere near to the boundary, and it ended up only getting a single for it. Oh, great delivery, drawing Naveed Sarai forward, or drawing Jayasekara forward, and missing the outside edge. So Canada will not be happy with the fact that they just sacrificed at least a single, probably more, because they could have had their run immediately and run with purpose. They could have certainly would have gotten 2 and potentially 3, but that is the end of the over, and they'll have time to commiserate about that. 75 for 5 is the score. Rohan Jayasekara 16 from 39, and Naveed Sarai 7 from 7. 75 for 5. 25 overs gone, so the run rate is exactly 3. Hussein Zubair to continue. This, I believe, is his 6th over. And this first ball is struck over the top. I think this one will reach the boundary. It does reach the boundary. Looks like Canada learned its lesson from that previous over. They actually ran that one with a little bit more purpose, but ultimately they did not need to run because it did not go all the way, because it did go all the way to the boundary. So 4 runs from the first ball of the 26th over. And again, I believe this is Zubair Hussein's 6th over in progress. Flatter and push through. It's going to be a single. So runs are coming a little bit more easily for Canada here. They only get 1 here, but it appears that with the field maybe slightly more defensive, we're still in the second power play, so you can have a maximum of 4 fielders outside the circle. The field is scrambled a little bit more now that Jayasekara, who plays a little bit more conservatively, when he's on strike, the field gets a little bit more aggressive. And then Naveed Sarai, of course, his first scoring shot was a 6, so the field spreads out a little bit more for him. Zubair has this one outside off and punch right back to Zubair himself. He does a fielding for no run. 80 for 5 is now the score. That run rate for Canada now up above 3. Very straight and full on this occasion and defended to that short mid-wicket fielder, no run. Zubair characteristically working very quickly through his over. 2 balls remaining. Flat, short, slapped into the covers, no run. And I was wrong there. It was not 2 balls remaining, it was 1 ball remaining. So that's the end of the 26th over. Canada is 80 for 5. 80 for 5. We are still in the second power play, so I believe that's a really good piece of awareness by USA fielder Faisal, who immediately before that ball was bowled signaled to his team that there were 5 allowed outside. There were 5 outside the circle. You are only allowed 4 outside the circle in the second power play. So that is good awareness here by the USA team. As Himanshu continues, and this is struck in the air. That's a run running around his mid on or long off rather. He's not going to be able to get there. That goes all the way for 4. Sort of an inside out stroke played by Naveed Sarai. That may have been may have been Jayasekara. A little bit unclear as to who the batter on strike is right now. I believe that was Sarai. So good strike. Inside out between long off and extra cover. And that goes for 4. This next ball is defended in front of the stumps for no run. Bit of a conference now between the keeper and the bowler himself, Himanshu Patadia. Continuing with that same line of attack from over the wicket as a left-hander. Oh, giving himself a little bit of room that time was Sarai, but not able to get that ball away. And Spinners generally have done the job of holding Canada down. A big swipe across the line, appeal, more so half-hearted appeal. But I'll tell you what, he got away there that time, Himanshu, with a ball that was going down leg. Any amount of bat on that, and it could have been a huge result. And this is flayed away over the top. Intentional thing, leg side of that ball was Naveed Sarai and hammering it over the top of cover. So that runs away for 4. Sarai has been only in for 11 balls, but he's already onto 16, onto 20. So keeping up with these numbers can sometimes be a bit of a challenge. It's a good thing that we have a scorer who knows what he's doing. 20, and it goes big again. Where is this going? Again over the offside, and this one goes for 4. So he goes on to 24, putting the floor, or the gas pedal to the floor here is Naveed Sarai. He single-handedly appears to be changing the game from his position here at the number 7 spot. And the scoring rate that we've spoken about for the last several overs all of a sudden has ticked upward, is now 92 for 5 is the score. The overall run rate for the innings is 3.41. This last over just yielded 12 runs. So Naveed Sarai, 24 from 12, striking it at a 200 strike rate. He is far and away the most aggressive and the most successful of the Canadian batters so far. Rohan Jayasekara, 16 from 43. And Canada finally appears to be breaking the shackles in which they've been held for the last several overs through the work of Naveed Sarai. Zubair to continue. Bowling now to Rohan Jayasekara. First ball is a dot ball. Flatter. Oh, struck firmly. Fielded by that man at extra cover. It looks like Kashif Rana. 2 dot balls to start this, the second or the 28th over. We're in the second power play, so 2 overs remaining after this in that second power play. 3 straight dot balls, so apparently the scoring is all happening from the end where Naveed Sarai is. The Americans generally have been able to hold Canada quiet until Sarai comes to the wicket. This is struck into the outfield. That should not have been a run. It gets through 2 fielders. First of all, it gets through first one in the covers and then deflected off of him and ran away to where they get a single. And so the one person who the USA does not want on strike, David Sarai, is now the one on strike. We'll see what happens here as Zubair directs the fielders to get back to their defensive positions. Again, up to 4 allowed outside the circle. Those 4 are deep extra cover, long off, long on, and deep mid wickets. Oh, looks to go big, a thick outside edge, and it's going to run away down the hill. They get 2. That will be all they get, but that so easily could have been a catch to that slip fielder. That's well bowled by Zubair. And at the end of that delivery, I think 1 ball is remaining in the over, but 2 more runs to the total. Looking to go big, and they're appealing for a stumping. Umpire Naveed Siddiqui is unmoved. So good closeout to the over here by Zubair. Naveed Sarai kept quiet for the last couple balls in that over, even though he did score those 2 runs off the thick outside edge. 95 for 5 is now the score. $95 for 5. Himanshu Patadia to continue. Zubair Hussain, thus far, his figures 8 overs, 2 for 19. So Zubair has 1 over remaining. And this first ball bowled by Patadia struck to mid-off for a quick single. Patadia himself has bowled 8, so this is his 9th. In a 45 over match, of course, in any version of limited over cricket, you're limited to, as a bowler, to 1/5 the total number of balls, and this is lofted down the air. Zubair running in, not able to get there. Boy, that ball stayed up there forever. Zubair came running, and I'll tell you, he's a brilliant, brilliant fielder. If he's anywhere close, he's able to take those difficult catches. But even having done the hard work, still not able to get all the way to where he could have gotten that ball. So, as it is, it's just a single to the total. And this delivery is defended in front of the stumps for no run. Tossed up and defended and fielded by the fielder, short extra cover. So 4 balls bowled, 1 run scored from this over so far. This is slapped down to deep mid wicket for a single. That's all they'll get. And 98 for 5 is the score. Zubair dropping back now onto the boundary as the big hitter is back on strike. Oh, looking to go big over the offside. A little extra bounce there and eludes the attempted hit over the covers. So a dot ball to close things out here in the 29th over. 1 ball remaining, or 1 over rather remaining in the power play, the second power play. After this power play, I believe we'll have another short break. Himanshu, good bowling. He's done with the ball for the day. 1 for 39 is the score. Or his 1 for, he's conceded 1, taken 1 wicket and scored 39 runs. So he's done. And Zubair, I believe this is his 9th over as well. So he should be done after this, which again coincides with the end of the second power play. So at the end of this over, I believe we should be having another break. Zubair's figures, we'll get those to you shortly. Zubair 2 for 19 from 8. So this is his last. And this is the punch down the ground, mid on, walks in, retrieves. So now you will see the field spread out a lot more when Naveed Sarai comes on strike. So deep extra cover goes out, long on drops back, long off drops back, and mid wicket goes a little bit straighter, almost in a cow corner position. And Zubair now bowling to Naveed. Oh boy, it appears that Naveed prefers to hit through the offside. He stays leg side of the ball and then tries to go through the offside. I think he's aiming for that gigantic gap between deep extra cover and long off. if he's able to target that gap, I don't know that there's anything that either of those two fielders can do to stop that. Certainly the area he's looking to score in. Leaves this one alone outside off. Two deliveries bowled. Or three deliveries bowled rather. Three dot balls or one run and two dot balls. And huge hit that's going to go over the top of the fielder short mid wicket. They'll get one as a fielder from mid on or long on rather runs around and retrieves. Naveed Sarai not as dangerous hitting into the onside as he is hitting through the offside. And I believe that's the 100 that is up with two balls remaining. This ball outside off stump, left alone. If I am not mistaken, this next delivery should constitute the end of the second power play with Canada staring right now at a score of 100. Exactly. Now slip coming into position. Here's the bear flat and punch to mid wicket. Good piece of fielding there by that fielder at mid wicket. No run to end things here in the 30th over. Again, that constitutes the end of the second power play. We'll be coming back shortly with the conclusion to this first innings. Give us about 5 minutes. We'll be right back. Welcome back to a very windy, cold. I said cool earlier. It's actually developed into a very cold day. It feels like it's about 51 or 52 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind continues at around 30 miles an hour coming in from the west, so it's really blustery conditions. Canada is somewhere around this in Canada. This probably feels like May or maybe even June. But those of us in this part of the country are not really comfortable with temperatures like this. Brian Walters again with you. We're taking you through the last power play here. Canada 100 for 5, and they're looking to accelerate from here. They've done a really good job forcing the issue for the last several balls, or last several overs rather, particularly with the insertion of Naveed Sarai into the, when it, coinciding with his attack to the wicket. USA has gone back to their primary strike bowler, Ramkishan, to try to hold things back here for the USA and regain the momentum that they lost in the last several overs. The left-hand bowler bowling over the wicket has now bowled 4 consecutive, or make that 3 consecutive dot balls to start the 31st over. In his earlier spell, Ramkishan was 1 for 15 from 5. He has now bowled 4 dot balls to start the 31st over, his 6th. And great 4 deliveries to start that spell. Now he switches and goes around the wickets. And I'll tell you what, that's a great piece of bowling. More so because of the angle. Because in bowling to Naveed Sarai, Sarai is trying to stay leg side and hit over the offside. And the best way to counteract that as a left-handed bowler is to go around the wicket. And this is skied in the air. There's a man down there, and he palms it over the goalpost. Oh my goodness. He's not going to want to see a replay of that, I don't think. Goes all the way for 6. Just mentioned that what Naveed Sarai is trying to do is stay leg side of the ball and then hit over the offside. Unfortunately for the USA, and then certainly fortunately for Canada, he struck it with enough force, and that would have been helped by the wind because that very strong wind is blowing in that direction. So that probably had something to do with that fielder out there on the boundary not judging that effectively and then ended up just palming it, as I mentioned, over the proverbial goalpost. So 5 dot balls to start the over, but then the 6th gets knocked out of the park for 6. So Canada now moves on to 106 for 5. Naveed Sarai, 25 balls faced and is up to 34. So easily the most dangerous of all the Canadian batters. And the USA is going to have to deal in some ways with his knack for staying leg side of the ball and then hitting over the top on the offside. So it would mean that the left-handed bowlers for the US are going to have to try to go around the wicket and spear the ball into his legs. And then the right-handers sort of bowling from over the wicket, again with that tight, maybe a middle stump or even a middle and leg stump line to try to dissuade him from hitting over the top, because he's not, or at least doesn't appear to be as dangerous hitting over the top on the leg side as he does the offside. So new bowler, struck right on the pad. Umpire Bandula Hetirachi says no. The bowler taking up the attack from the southern end is Arun Tolodur. Arun's first 6 overs yielded 15 runs and he took 1 wicket. This next ball is deflected and it runs away down the hill. They'll get one. They'll come back for two relatively easily. Throw comes in nowhere near the stumps actually, so that 2 runs was taken relatively easily. And wide signaled by umpire Etiarachi. So 3 runs to the total, one for the wide and then the two that they run apart from that. So a bit of a difficulty here for the US as things are getting a little bit ragged, just a little bit ragged, a little bit more discipline needed perhaps with the line and length being bowled by the bowlers. Good comeback delivery, just defended it into back to the bowler for no run. Canada now moves on to 109 for 5, and that run rate, which has been in its ascendancy for the last several overs, is now up to 3.5. Short down the leg side and given a wide by umpire Hetiarachi. That is unfortunate, as I mentioned, in this format, in terms of the playing conditions. If the ball goes down the leg side, the first time that it does, on another wide, the first time the ball goes down the leg side in the over, it's generally not given as a wide. But all of a sudden, a host of wides being bowled now by the USA, and in this case, Arun Tolodor is the culprit. Full and defended, doesn't trickle too far away, and so no damage done. Precious dot ball, but 4 more balls to go in this over, and make that 3 more balls to go in the over. The Canadians looking to really push things on here. The run rate now up to 3.52. Oh, outside off, not given as a wide this time. So 2 balls remaining, and always good to see the umpires communicate with each other. Those hand signals that indicate that they're both on top of the balls remaining, and it's just a way of keeping themselves mentally involved. This is clipped onto square leg for 1. That's all they'll get. Throw coming in now to the non-strikers, and that's 1 run. And in fact, that is the end of the over. So 6 runs coming from the over, 1 from the bat, and 5 from the ball. So 112 for 5 is the score. 31 or 32 overs have been bowled, 13 remaining, and the bowler continuing from the northern end is going to be Ramkishun. Uh, Ramkishan. Once again, if you are able to join us on the chat section, usually it's not always the best of ideas to engage in the chat section, but I have the task of talking for the next several hours. So if you can, at minimum, drop a line, say where you're listening from. So far, it appears that most of the people who are listening to us are listening from Canada, even though 1 or 2 Americans have chimed in looking to cheer on their boys. All knocked into the outfield here for another single. So any opportunity that you have to just simply drop in and say where you're contacting us or where you're getting us from would be more than appreciated. I don't necessarily like filibustering, and I'm not up to talking by myself for the next several hours. So any help that I can get with that would be very much welcomed. Struck in the air down the ground. That's going to be 4. That is well hit. So again, going back to what I've said a couple of times, what Naveed Sarai is trying to do is stay leg side and hit over the top on the offside. So what needs to happen if you're an American is that you need, as a left-hander, to go around the wicket and spear that ball into his legs to force him to do something that I would think, is not as comfortable doing, which is hitting away on the leg side. He absolutely loves staying left. He intentionally stays leg side of the ball and hits through the offside and hits straight and through the offside. So let's call it the arc between mid-off and extra cover. That's where the majority of his scoring is coming from. So as American side, you really want to make sure that you take away that option from him, force him to do something different. But thus far, it's not working, and he's scoring easily the heaviest of all of the Canadians so far. Canada now up to 117 for 5, and Naveed himself is now up to 38 from 26. So the overall run rate is 3.58, but Naveed is striking it at somewhere around 150, about 148, somewhere around that. But he certainly is someone who can take this game in the direction that the Americans don't want it to go. Another ball outside off stump, but this time Sarai not able to make contact. 117 for 5. I believe this is going to be the last ball of this, the 33rd over. Short and pounded in the air. Long run by the fielder running around from extra cover and takes the catch. So the ploy bowling over the wicket, he actually, Ramkishan helped, fed the ball to exactly where Naveed wanted it. But the length of the ball is what was different this time. Had him playing in that same direction, but he pulled his length back. In fact, it was a genuine short ball, and Naveed Sarai only succeeding in scooping that ball high in the air. And a good piece of athletic fielding by the fielder running around from extra cover, makes some 15 or so yards to his left, and then pouches that catch. So the dangerous Naveed Sarai is now walking back to the pavilion. Canada loses their 6th wicket at the end of the 33rd over. The score is 117 for 6. Just looking back at that replay, it certainly appears that the aim or the intention of Ramkishan all along was going to be to have him playing, to have Naveed playing away on the offside, which again I thought would invite danger, because that's actually, it appears to be his preferred shot. But the length is what was different. Pounded it in short, had him going, maybe playing a lot more on the back foot than he wanted to. He obviously prefers to play on the front foot. I think that was his undoing in this case. So 6 wickets down. New batter in is going to be Kiran Patel. So 117 for 6. Very full and defended to short mid wicket. No run. So that appears to have energized the Americans just a little bit. Canada, and particularly Naveed Sarai, was looking to take the game away from them. But with the fall of that wicket, the Americans are now looking at only 4 wickets to go. And this is defended just in front of the stumps. Trickles the square leg, no run. All of a sudden, there's a bit more pep in the step of the Americans. And again, even with the stiff wind blowing in from the west, the Americans are looking to put the screws to Canada here. Oh, big wave and a miss, and you hear the energy among the fielders, a big oohs and ahs around as that attempted stumping is not successful. But another dot ball here for Canada. New batter is Kiran Patil. Very full and driven right back to the bowler himself. So 4 dot balls in a row. 117 for 6. So 2 balls remaining here in the 34th over. Slower delivery outside off. And in fact, that was the last ball of the over. So a wicket followed by a maiden. So all of that, this passage of play definitely going in the Americans' favor. 117 for 6 is the score. Kiran Patil, none from 5. Rohan Jayasekara, who's been there for some 63 balls, faced 63 balls, 22 not out. He has been the one who sort of held things together. But I suspect from this point on, if he's going to want to help his team to set a target, he's going to have to be a little bit more aggressive. As of right now, 22 from 63 sounds like he's striking it at about a 34% rate. He's going to want it to be much more than that. But either way, at the end of it, it's going to be, I think, difficult for them to get much further if he doesn't take the bull by the horns here. And as I say that, he starts the 35th over by shouldering arms to a ball outside off stump. After having been in there for 63 balls, that should be the type of ball that you should try to cut away to get some runs, because pretty much you would suspect that all that's left behind him are bowlers. This is clipped down to square leg for a single, and he's eaten up a tremendous number of deliveries, and you would think that somebody of his pedigree would be able to start accelerating from here, because I suspect that the majority of the runs that will be scored in this match for Canada from this point on are going to need to be from his bat. Oh, full toss. That's got to be a no ball. Oh, let's see. Signaling for the umpire. Yep, there is a signal, I believe. Yep, that is a no ball. Yep, there's a signal from umpire Siddiqui. The full toss above waist height. Definitely a no ball. Brutal delivery too. Caught Ron Jayasekara by surprise. This next delivery will be a free hit. Slammed past square leg. Oh, in fact, square leg sticks out of foot and stops it. So they get a single. No, in fact, they did not even run. Interesting. Now, change of attack here by Ramkishan. He goes around the wickets. We can spear the ball in at the toes. That's exactly what he does there, and defends in front of the stumps. Keeper retrieves, and there's no run. 119, 120 for 6 is the score. Looking to whip this down the leg side. Appeal. Umpire Siddiqui is not moved. And since this is the first ball down the leg side for the over, it is not adjudged as a wide. So just another dot ball, just a loud dot ball here for the US. Should be the last ball of this over and defended in front of the stumps. And I believe that is the end of the over. Yep, that is the end of the over. So at the end of the 35th over, 35 done, the score is 1-2-0 for 6. Once again, feel free to drop a note, say where you're listening from. In fact, if you know anything interesting about any of these players, because chances are I'm suspecting that many of you either are familiar with the players or familiar with the team. Most of the listeners appear to be contacting us from Canada. So those of us who are down here may not know as much about these players. So I would ask if you wanted to drop a note and if there's something that you wanted to highlight about any of these, be more than happy to add it to the commentary. In the meantime, Arun to continue. Short, very wide outside off stump and rightly adjudged wide by umpire Hetiarachi. Comment from H Bat that says, "Go USA and go Canada. I just can't help it. You people are just so nice." I would tend to agree with that. They are our nice neighbors to the north. 126 for 6 is the score. Struck down the ground, just down to mid on. Bowler tried to field it and just follow through. Not able to get there. Arun to continue. Very full and down the leg side. Goes down to the fielder. Fine leg. I believe that was off the bat. We'll see here from umpire Hetiarachi. Nope, the only signal that he showed was to his partner signifying that 3 balls were bowled. So apparently those were runs, or that was a run off the bat. Very full and slightly slower through the air. Fended into the onside for no run. And Vinod Matwani wants to give us some information about USA keeper Parak, as this ball is clipped to square leg for no run. Vinod says that USA keeper Captain Parak is probably the fastest runner in Team USA. He can outrun anyone on the field, even with his keeping pads on. Well, Vinod, I would not disagree with that. Maybe to no, ricocheted off the bat. Did it? Yep, hit the stumps. So another wicket goes down. Looking to defend, I think it hit off the bat, off the pad, and then ricocheted onto the stumps. So I'll get back to you shortly here, Vinod, because a wicket just went down. Wicket number 7 it is. A ball defend or deflecting rather off of the pad, off of the bats, and then onto the stumps. Probably the 4th dismissal today where someone has been bowled, whether off of a deflection, either off of the bats or in this case off of the bat and the pad. So another wicket goes down. Canada slips even further more into the morass, and they are now 127 for 7 with 1 ball remaining. No, that was the last ball of the over. So last ball of the over, Pakistan. What do I keep saying Pakistan? Canada loses their 7th, and I now think that a realistic conversation that Canada is going to be having is whether they should not just sort of make sure that they bat all the way through the innings. Going back to Vinod, there was a delivery several overs or several, yeah, maybe 20 or so overs ago that deflected down towards fine leg, and there was a fielder inside the circle at fine leg, and the ball deflected and went all the way outside of the 30-yard circle, directly behind the stumps, and captain himself, Parak, sprinted from his position. He was keeping to a spinner at the time, sprinted from his position behind the stumps, and I wondered aloud at the time, why was it not the fine leg fielder who went for that as opposed to the keeper? I think your response here probably indicates that he would have gotten there more quickly than the fine leg fielder would have. And of course, Mr. Canadian fan, running fast means nothing if you can't bat. I guess that doesn't mean anything yet because Americans have not yet had their chance with the bat, Mr. Canadian fan. New batter is in, very powerfully built. Kashif, Kashif, the non-striker. Oh, Kashif is the bowler, rather. This ball is lofted down the ground, one, two bounces, and then settles. Fielder coming around from deep mid wicket to clean up. So Kashif Rana, my apologies. Kashif Rana is now the new bowler. I believe this is his second over. And the new batter is David Mohammed. His innings now having an air of inevitability about it. Most of the big hitters and the ones who are pushing the score along have now disappeared. And the run rate, which was up around 3.7 a couple of overs ago, is now falling off again. Lofted and a defensive push, onshore defensive push, and an appeal for an LBW. We're not directly behind the bowler's arm here, so it's hard to tell where that was hitting, but my suspicion is that it was outside the line of off stump. So no run there. Three balls having been bowled here in the 37th. Defended again. No run. 128 for 7 is the score. Shanishka from California. Shanishka says, I'm watching from California. And Sanjiwa Weerasinghe, number 14 on the USA team, is my dad. So go, Dad. Listen, anyone who has played cricket and had the ability to have their kids watch cricket or watch them play, it's one of the most satisfying things. So I'm right there with you. Anytime that you have the opportunity to cheer someone on, either it's your child or your father or your parents, it's always a good thing. So Shanishka, thank you for joining us, and we appreciate you being able to watch. In the meantime, that is the end of the 37th over. Canada limping along now at 128 for 7. 128. I would suspect that they would have wanted another 50 or 60 runs from where they are right now. As it is, I think their number one target is to make sure that they bat through the remaining overs. So we'll see how close they get to being able to accomplish that. Batting out the overs is important, but batting out the overs while putting up a decent total is quite another thing. And so they're going to want to make sure that they're able to accelerate to some degree without being reckless, but they're going to want more runs than what they have here. And that's a lovely shot. Just leaning on that, opening the face of the bat and getting this ball away through the offside, runs close to the boundary, and the cover fielder runs across, picks up a couple of runs. At the same time, I think prevents a couple of runs because had he not gotten there, that may well have had the legs to get to the boundary. The score now up to 130. Ball is defended. This is Arun Tolador, who has to be in his last over now, I would believe. Yeah. So his last over, he is now up to 2 for 31 are his numbers so far. Very full and driven right back to him. He feels the hit off his own ball and there's no run. Very, very breezy day. Just if you're running around on the field, oh, this ball is down the leg side, not given as a wide. In fact, that might have deflected off of the body of the batter. So no wide in either sense. If you're on the field running around, it may not feel as bad. If you're just sitting here, then that wind is biting. Very, very brisk conditions. And this is struck into the mid-wicket area. Yet another dot ball. Keeping an eye here now on Canada's overall run rate. It is now back down to 3.45. Bearing in mind these are 45 over matches, so each team is batting for around 270 balls, if my math is right. This is whipped away into the vacancy, deep backward square leg. No one out there, no one even close to being out there. Easy four picked up by Canada. So if you're going to bowl that line as the American squad, you're going to want to make sure that there's protection out there in the deep. And if there's no protection out there, then the last thing that you want to do is bowl a leg stump half volley, which is essentially what that was. So takes full advantage of that leg stump half volley. Does Jasekara. So he now moves on to 31. He's 31 from 77. 134 for 7 is the overall score. And after 38 overs, a maximum of 7 overs remaining. Again, these are 45 over matches. 38 finished, 7 to come. And Kashif Rana continues the attack from the north end. This is cut away very nicely. It's going to be at least a couple runs here. They get 1 and they get 2. In fact, they're just walking the second run. So that effectively means that as much as Canada wants to make sure that they accelerate the scoring, it's certainly possible to do it just conventionally. So this was just a normal square cut that ran away for 2 runs. If they can do that 3 or 4 times and over, that gets them, I think, to a target that they start defending. And this is defended into the mid-wicket area for no run. Rana again. Oh, this one just past his outstretched right boot. Wanted to get that one from running by. And not able to concede, not able to prevent that single from being conceded. So another run to the total. 137 for 7 is now the score, with 3 balls remaining here in the fourth. Oh, sorry, in the 39th. Rana tosses this one up gently and just inviting Jayasekara to go for it, but he rightly plays within himself because I think he has decided that his number one objective is to make sure that his team bats out the remaining 6 overs and 1 ball. Another single to the total. Tosses this one up gently, and an attempted drive gets a thick outside edge. They'll get 2, and that's all they'll get as the throw comes back into no one in particular, but retrieved by the fielder at backward point. So 2 more to the total, 6 runs from that over. At the end of the 39th over, the score is 140 for 7. 140 for 7. So the last 6 overs are coming up. A little bit of a conversation here between Captain Barak and Fazal Alam, who is going to be the bowler, the new bowler for the USA. Fazal Alam is that bowler. This will be his first time taking the ball today. And again, we're in the third power play, so if necessary, the USA can have as many as 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. As of right now, it has not proven necessary to do that because they're attempting, I think, to set a relatively aggressive field. Having said that, looking where the fielders are now, there is a fielder now down here, Rafikazi, in front of us here at deep third man. There's a deep square leg, there's a short fine leg, there's a deep mid wicket, and long on, and long off. Oh, good piece of fielding or fielding by the keeper. The ball dying on the way to Captain Parak and not able to take that on the full, but does enough to keep it from trickling by. Does enough to keep it from trickling by, and importantly, with this helmet on the ground behind him, does enough to keep that ball from ricocheting onto that helmet because that would have constituted 5 penalty runs. And as I say that, he now moves up and stands up to the bowler. Oh, this is struck in the air, deep over long on for 6. Second 6 of the innings. In fairness, this was a half volley, but it was punished. Absolutely punished. You still have to hit them away. And Rohan Jaisekar, somebody again who has been there as long as he has, I think has to be the one to take charge of the innings from this point on. And he did exactly just that. The ball was in the slot. Again, it was there to be hit, but you still have to hit it. And that ball sailing away over the top for 6. Now the delivery. This is shorter in length, which is more accurate in terms of the length that you want to bowl. Maybe a touch wide, but no damage done as it's cut away into the covers for no run. 146 for 7 now the score as Fazal Alam looking to close this over out strong. It did not want to concede that 6. That's a great delivery. And I believe 2 balls left as the umpires signal to each other. That ball was lifting and it was defended. In fact, it was left alone by Rohan Jaisekara. Struck in the air towards extra cover. They'll get 1. Does it go all the way? Nope, does not go all the way. But in fact, he has some trouble picking up that ball. But the batters have already conceded that they'll only get 2 runs. So they just essentially walk those runs. Not the best piece of cricket that you'll see all around. Not necessarily the best ball. And then the fielding was maybe slightly less than ideal. But either way, it goes away as a two. So 148 for seven is now the score, with I believe one ball remaining here in the 40th over. Now adjustments to the field. Rafi Kazi being brought in inside the circle at third man. He's now a short third man, and then more protection in the deep, long on and long off. Oh, bowled him right across the line. Yet another Canadian has his furniture rearranged, and the long stay at the wicket by Rohan Jayasekara ends having been bowled by Fazal Alam, looking again to go big when the six that he hit went directly down to long on. This one, I think he tried to drag a little bit more square. So he played more across the line, and he paid the price for hitting across the line of a straight ball. So the eighth wicket goes down. That was the last ball of this, the 40th over. So with only 5 overs remaining, 8 Canadians are now out. And now I really do believe that the conversation about being able to stay there till the end of the innings is one that these remaining batters will be taking very, very seriously. 148 for 8. We're working rather on the name of the new batsman or batter. We'll get that to you very shortly. New batter is Vijay Kumar. Kashif Rana to continue. Cut into the covers. No run. 148 for 8 is Canada's score. The new batter is Vijay Kumar. He is yet to score. Dave Mohammed is the batter at the other end. He has 5 from 9. Canada at 148. I think they would prefer it to be at 198 or 208. I believe, of course, with the rate of scoring somewhere around 3.7, it's not, yep, exactly 3.7. They would have wanted to score at a much higher rate than that. 3.7. Oh, quick run being taken and not really fielded, not picked up by fielder here at mid wicket. So they do get the single, but 3.7 may qualify as a high scoring rate if you're playing a test match. For a limited over match such as this, I don't think that's nearly enough runs. And something else to consider is the fact that the batting conditions will always be better in the second half of the innings in here in Prairie View as the sun comes out and dries the wicket and the ball stops bouncing unevenly as it was earlier. That's always going to be something to pay attention to because I certainly think that the batting is going to be easier in the second half of this innings, or of this match rather, than in the first half. So that's the end of the over. 149 for 8 is the score. So 41 over or 41 up, 4 to go. And the last 4 overs, Canada, in order to be competitive, I think have to start at minimum looking for a run of ball. They don't necessarily have the batting depth to do that, I don't think, because 8 already down. But like to think that they should at least try to manufacture some sort of an acceleration towards the end here. And here they go. Here's the urgency that we're looking for. The throw comes in, uh, attempted shy of the stumps by Captain Parak. Not able to get it, but they do get a single. So that's the urgency that I was referring to. If you are wanting to make sure that you at least give your bowlers something to try and defend, you have to try to make hay out of these last 3 overs and 5 balls. And that's, I think, what Canada will be trying to do here. Carrying on, bowler continues to be Fazal Alam. I don't know if I said that earlier. Slower delivery and a thick under edge. This is going to run down towards third man. They should get two. In fact, they walk the second run, so that makes it not the fleetest of foot for the fielders in the deep for the US. 2 more runs to the total. So 152 for 8 is the score. The current run rate is 3.68. The field spreads out a little bit more. There's now a deep square leg in position. Again, the Americans can have up to 5 outside of the circle if they choose. This is defended to backward point, no run. Outside the circle now, there's a deep mid wicket. There's a man at cow corner. There's a long off and long on. And there's a man sweeping on the offside, sort of halfway between the third, uh, between the boundary and the 30-yard circle. So, next ball, bowler, successful bowler, dot ball. I think the batter was looking for there to be a wide, but umpire Hitiarachi says no. Big swipe and a miss outside off stump again. So 2 more dot balls. Of course, continuing to monitor the rate. It is now down to 3.65. Scoring rate, I mean. In the air, man down there at mid wicket. Oh, just lands at his feet. And in fact, deflects off of his feet and runs away for 4, I believe. And yeah, that did go for 4. So at the end of the 42nd over, score moves on to 156 for 8. So 3 overs to go. 3.71 is now the rate being maintained by Canada. And I would think that they would be happy in these last 3 overs to score somewhere around 20 to 25 runs. 20 to 25 runs gives them something in the neighborhood of 180. And 180 is not the biggest of scores, but certainly gives the bowlers something to be able to defend. Hard to handicap this match the way that things are right now, but generally the Americans bat very well. So I would think that Canada will want to make sure that they take this game all the way down, or this innings rather, all the way down to where they can score a decent, again, 25 to 30 runs from the next 4 overs, next 3 overs rather. And if they're able to do that, then they'll at least have the opportunity to give their bowlers something to aim at. 156 for 8. Rana continuing a swipe across the line. Appeal for LBW. Umpire Siddiqui says no. And the leg by now signaled by Umpire Siddiqui. I'm suspecting I'm suspecting that from this position, doesn't matter how Canada gets runs in their mind, as long as they're actually scoring. And this was a leg by. This one now defended in front of the stumps. Not out. Oh, certainly not out off the middle of the bat. But David Mohammed and Vijay Kumar are the two batters for Canada. This is slapped over the top of that fielder, backward point that may have the legs to run away for four. Running down the hill, and no, just pulled back, and they're running back for three. Throw coming into the non-striker's end, but safely home is David Mohammed. So 3 runs to the total. That's well run, actually. Not been very many threes in this game so far. That's actually the first one I can remember. But at this point, it's time to start manufacturing as many runs as you can. Rana looking across the line, and he pays the ultimate price for playing again across a straight ball. David Mohammed looking to hit that one down to mid wickets and going completely across the line. Umpire Siddiqui having a little bit of a look and then raising that dreaded finger. So the ninth wicket now goes down. That is the last ball of the 43rd over. So only 2 overs remaining, and then potentially just one ball remaining because the last pair is now at the wicket. So David Mohammed goes, scores 9 of 17. Vijay Kumar himself is the non-striker at 9 from 9. And we will see who the last batter is. We'll verify the name of the last batter very soon. But again, we're essentially at the end of the innings, barring in the worst case scenario for America is if Canada bats out the remaining balls, but then even then there are only 11 balls or 10 balls left in this innings. The new batter on strike, or the new batter is going to be on strike because it was an LBW. Wait, that was the last ball of the innings. Okay, so check that. Ooh, a lot of different moving parts. We'll get this right. I believe it would be Vijay Kumar is on strike. And then the non-striker now would be okay, so Mohammed is out. Vijay Kumar is the one who's now on strike because that dismissal was the last ball of the. No, it wasn't the last ball. Second to last ball of the over. Tell you what, we'll just wait to have the dust settle here, and we'll give the particulars on who is where as soon as possible. Okay, so yeah, that last ball of the over, in fact, was a wicket. So this batter on strike is now Vijay Kumar. Full attempted swipe is missed. And oh, this was eventually going to happen. I was eventually going to have to pronounce this name. Mataya Lagan. That's as best as I can do if I'm not saying that properly. I apologize. Defends in front of the stumps. Oh, looking to take off for a run there, and no single was on offer, I don't think. Matalagan, Matalagan Eswaralingan. That's as well as I can do. Let's just call him ME. In the air, that's well hit, but long on is in position. And does he take that? Yep, he takes it. Good, clean catch. Came running in, judged it very well, and pouched it. Had a little bit of fancy footwork at the end there, which almost led me to think that he may have dropped it. But as it is, he pouched that catch very well. And then that constitutes the end of the innings for Canada. 160 all out. We'll go through Canada's scoring card, as quickly as we can here. But certainly, target 161. Target is 161. And a quick look at the scorecard for Canada. Imran Kazmi, not from 2. Nadim Malik, 16 from 46. Rajendra Sankar, sorry, 7 from 16. Bishan Demel, 8 from 17. Rohan Jayasekara held the innings together but perished at the end, so he was 40 from 85. John Lewis, 14 from 26. Naveed Sarai was, I think, the best batter on show for Canada, 38 from 28 with 5 fours and 2 big 6s. Kiran, 1 from 12. David Mohammed, 7 from 18. Vijay Kumar, not out, 9 from 9. And Mataya Lagan, not. So 20 extras. We had 16 wides, 1 no ball, 1 leg by, and 2 byes. And 160 all out is what Canada ended up with. Bowling for the USA, Ramakishan, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. Arun Tolador, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 28. Macho Patadia, 9 overs, 1 for 39. Zubair Hussain, 9 overs, 2 for 21. And Kashif Rana, 5 overs, 1 for 19. And Fazal Alam, 2.3 overs, 2 for 15. So all in all, a clinical performance, I think, by the Americans. Of course, they now have to go get the runs that are on the board. But if you ask me to handicap things the way they are as of this moment, I would think that it's the Americans' game to lose. But stranger things have happened in this great game that we call cricket. At the end of the innings for Canada, we're halfway through the overall match, and I think the Americans will be looking to hopefully get something close to chasing this total down. I'd like to think that they'd want to do it relatively comfortably, because you don't want these close games to come down to the end. Because once you start giving that defending side the chance to think that they're in with a shout, then that's when the job gets that much harder. Anyway, all of that to be decided very soon. I suspect that our lunch will be somewhere around 20 or 30 minutes. So we are going to sign off for the time being, and we will be back on air as soon as it becomes prudent. It is now 1:47 Central Standard Time. I would assume that somewhere around 2:15 is when we'll be back on the air. But until then, take care from Prairie View. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Chase is going to be between the USA and Canada. USA responding to Canada's 1-6-0. I've opened the batting with Shahid Shahzad and Rafi Kazi, and you almost saw a wicket on the very first delivery where Shahid Shahzad skied Daniel Sapaya. Catch dropped at square leg, but Canada knows that they'll have to bowl very, very well, and they'll definitely have to take wickets if they are going to win this match. Brian Walters again with you. 161 the target. The USA again opening with Shahid Shahzad and Rafi Kazi. Score is 1 without loss. USA only needing to score at a rate of 3.58 when this inning started. Um, under normal circumstances, you'd expect that would not present much of a challenge. Something to keep an eye on as we go through the progression of this innings. 4 deliveries into this innings, 1 run on the board. That required rate has inched up to 3.61. I suspect that the Americans will not be concerned with that number. They'll only be concerned with the number of the number of wickets that have fallen. And as long as they keep wickets in hand, I believe that this is the Americans' game to lose. So quiet end to the over. 1 run coming from that over. That very first ball of the innings was a dropped catch at square leg. In the absence of that having been a wicket, the Americans survive, and Canada will rue that opportunity. They really do need to take every single chance that's offered to them here. So I think more than anything else, we'll be have to be looking for quick wickets if you're Canada. I think you absolutely have to set aggressive fields. You have to take chances. There's an opportunity to field a ball in the half volley or go for the catch. You absolutely have to go for the catch. To field like madmen, because otherwise, just normal everyday cricket takes you home here if you're the US. So the bowling coming now from the north end of the field, as we call it here, the forest end, is Imran Kazmi. Imran, a right-handed bowler, bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Shahid Shahzad. And this is flayed through the offside. There will be a couple of runs here at least. They have 1, easily come back for 2. I think they'll settle down at that 2. So first 2 runs from the over. Again, I don't think that the US will be very concerned about the rate at which they're scoring. It's just a matter of keeping the appropriate number of wickets in hand. Because in 270 balls, they need to be able to score 161 runs. It's not very difficult. Oh, big swipe and a miss. Or did he edge that? He may have just edged that. We'll see the signal from the umpire. Okay, here's the umpire. No signal, so that obviously was an inside edge off of the bat. So maybe living just a touch dangerously here, Shahid Shahzad. Rafi Kazi, long-time stalwart here in the Houston area. Played much of his cricket for MCC in the Houston Cricket League. Personally, I've had several battles with Rafi over the years. Just a really, really solid guy. Of course, Rafi also played several years for the USA cricket team, the senior men's team. These days, obviously, operating on the senior circuit. And just away from cricket, just one of the nicest guys that you'll ever meet. He has a different task at hand now. Big slash and oh, thick inside edge, run into short fine leg. Imran Kazmi score 4 without loss. Looking to take wickets here. Early wickets is what Canada needs. Very full and blasted through the offside for 4. That is absolutely the best shot I've seen today. Take away the 2 sixes that were hit earlier by the youngster for Canada, Naveed Sarai. This is more than enough to whet the appetites of those who prefer to see proper cricket strokes. This is about the best cover drive that you'll ever hope to see. Absolutely stupendous shot. And it looks like I just lost my cup that's now blowing across in front of the camera. Maybe I should have secured that in a better way. Score moves on to 8 without loss, and that is just the most spectacular of off drives that you'll ever see from Rafikaz's bat. Tries to force this one off the back foot, shorter in length this time by Imran Kazmi. Big excitement, yell of excitement, and ultimately no run to end the second over. But 7 runs come from that over. Score is now 8 without loss. Rafikazi on 4, Shahid Shazad on 4. 8 without loss. USA needing another 153 runs in 2 overs. They're scoring at the rate of 4 runs and over as this first ball is knocked down into the outfield, down to short fine or regulation fine leg for a single. Next delivery, very full down the leg side, and this is a judge wide. So they run an additional run. So 2 runs to the total, 1 for the wide and 1 for the additional run that was conceded. Going back to our chat session here, I see that there are now 49 people who have joined us. So there are obviously a handful of you who have joined us. And you know what? I'm about to make an executive decision and invite somebody who literally was just stopping by to say hello. And I'm about to put him on the air. Good afternoon, Nikhil.
Oh, good afternoon, Brian. It's great to see you over here. And I mean, it's awesome to just be here commentating with you. And thank you for the warm welcome. And with respect to the executive decision, what I would say is I'm just a regular commentator. In fact, I'm going to ask Brian, who's actually the expert on all these things, and take a leaf out of his book over here. But great being here, Brian, and looking forward to doing some commentary with you.
I said earlier that I don't like to filibuster. I don't like to talk by myself. I always do better when there's more than one person. And I don't know what your plans were for the next, I don't know, hour and a half or so, Nikhil. Oh, that's going to be close. Big appeal, maybe slipping down the leg side. From this angle, it's kind of hard to tell. And in fact, Rafikazi holding up his bat to maybe indicate that he hit that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's my plan is to hopefully be here, just watch the match and commentate with you. And, beautiful day over here. And looks like we have the bowler who's coming in. Right arm over here, defended straight to covers. It's a dot ball. Brian, the first inning, how did it go? And what were your thoughts on that? I mean, I would like to get your opinion on that.
Took a good hard look at the pitch before we started. It appeared to be a little bit soft. You could actually stick your thumb down in it. Of course, here in the Houston, Prairie View area, you expect that there'll be dew in the morning. So I always thought that it was a bowl first kind of a wicket. Absolutely a bowl first wicket. The difference in batting at this stage of the match versus this morning, night and day. Very literally night and day. The bounce right now is relatively even. This morning, some were keeping low, some were bouncing extra. So it was a lot more challenging. So when I saw this morning, I thought if you batted first and scored 200, you'd be doing well. 160, I don't think is nearly enough runs. And again, with the conditions being better at this time of the day versus versus what it was this morning, this really is USA's team game to lose.
All right, so this is US's game to lose as per Brian. As we see the bowler coming in, it's bowled it full and it's back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. So big difference over here in the first inning and second inning. I mean, the pitch and the conditions. Batting is a little easier now. It's a little warmer. Obviously, there's a breeze, a nice little breeze going on. But in general, the conditions look much better for batting. As we see the bowler coming in here, and this one is short and it's cut away towards covers. A beautiful shot that's going all the way to the boundary. The fielder giving a chase, but of no use. And that's a glorious shot. It was beautifully played on the offside, and the batter gets a fantastic boundary. Your thoughts on that, Brian?
2 words: short, wide, four. And Shahid Shazad, who the very first delivery of this innings looked to be a little bit too aggressive and popped up an easy catch that was dropped. But if you give an aggressive batter that ball, that far outside off stump, he's going to take full advantage. That's exactly what he did here. The only way I think that Canada wins this match, you're not going to restrict the US to maybe, 147 for 8. That's not just going to happen. So you're either going to have to bowl them out or expect that they'll overhaul that total. So, and this might be a repeat. Okay, they put a man out there, sweeper in that position. So, Nikhil, we know that in the typical formats of cricket where there are limited overs, you have the power play overs, right? And so in the normal power play, it's 2 fielders allowed outside in the first power play. Here in this 45 over match, seniors, 3 evenly spaced power plays. There's one at 15, there's one at 30, there's one at 45. The difference is in this format, in the first power play, you're allowed up to 3 fielders outside. In the second power play, you're allowed up to 4, and then the third, you're allowed up to 5. I cannot see them having 3 outside here. They have got to take wickets. It makes no sense to try to be defensive. So I think that fielder who's sweeping on the offside is a very defensive position. I think that's sort of a wasted position. I think they have to take wickets.
That's beautifully flicked away. Again, this is a couple of runs, and I completely agree with you, Brian. I mean, with the score being 160, that's the score you're defending. I mean, you have to be attacking. You have to keep fielders in catching positions. That's the only way you're going to make a match out of this. And you're talking about Shahid Shehzad. I mean, he's a really good batter. I mean, he's averaging 37 in 14 games, a strike rate of almost 100. He's got a couple of hundreds here. I'm looking at his stats, and it's a beautiful opening partnership. Rafai Kazi, obviously, he's another good batter. I mean, he's opening at the top, trying to make a mark over here. As we see what's going on, we see that Syed Imran Kazmi, who is basically the bowler who finished his over now, 4 overs gone, and the score is 19 for no loss. And with respect to the 3 fielders outside, all those things are sort of inconsequential at this moment. I mean, considering it's just 160 on the board. So let's see what sort of changes the captain makes now. Brian, we do see that they are trying to at least keep the fielders inside the circle. I mean, it's kind of a tricky scenario for the captain because he wants to give confidence to the bowlers, but I think it's all in the mind of the bowlers. They should think about picking wickets, the odd boundary here and there, maybe leave covers open, have a slip in place, something on those lines. Something else that you think, Brian, based on your experience?
I think just bowling line and length is not going to get it done. being a containing type bowler is not what this calls for. I think as a strike bowler, you have to be looking to bowl balls that are designed to take wickets. I want to see Yorkers. I want to see a bouncer if you have that much energy in you. I want to see balls that are designed to put the batters under pressure. If you're not doing that and you're simply allowing them to just come forward and push it into the gaps, then that does nobody any good and the game is finished in the 38th over. So you either bowl aggressively and if they hit you, they hit you. But you're not going to contain America and cause them to sort of, as I said earlier, 147 for 8, 150 for 9. That's not going to be that type of a game. You're going to either have to bowl them out outright or expect that they'll overhaul the score.
Well, on those lines, I would like to bring back an interesting memory, a very good one, I'm sure, for you, Brian, not so much for me. I would like to talk about the 1997 Test match, which took place in the Caribbean when India was chasing
Barbados.
120 at Barbados. And well, I mean, that's exactly what they did. They got attacking fields, attacking bowling, and India was bowled out for 81. They were chasing 120 with that amazing batting lineup. Not exactly on those lines, but one more thing. I mean, you remember Imran Khan always telling Wasim Akram, go and bowl fast. I don't mind you overstepping. And obviously, like as we see over here, this ball is defended to mid wicket. It's a dot ball. I think another interesting aspect is, Brian, I mean, when the spinners come in, some attacking captains always say, like, we talk about the great Shane Warne. He always used to flight the ball. I mean, when you give the ball some air, there is always a chance like it might do something off the wicket in the air. And that's when the opportunities would be created, especially with such type of score that you're looking at. This shot, it's cut away beautifully. This might go towards the offside boundary, the fielder giving a chase, but that's in vain. It's a glorious shot, and that's gone all the way for four. It's a beautifully played square cut, and that should mean that Shahzad, I beg your pardon, that's actually a boundary over here for Rafai Kazi. He's got his second boundary over here. He's batting on 10 of 19 balls, and again, so that's the point I was mentioning, Brian. It's all about the mindset, and you need to be positive as the fielding unit. I mean, even when you look at the fielders, probably they should be a little close in the easy single here and there. That doesn't help as we see the bowler coming in. Next ball of the over. This is played towards. That's good stop by the bowler. It was going towards mid-on. Mid-on is a little deep as well, Brian. So not quite sure the game plan over here.
I'm gonna go back to that match that you just mentioned.
Had to be
India versus West Indies in Barbados. Something that you will not know. There were two fans in attendance at that match. One, Terence Peter Walters, and one, Thelma Rose Walters, my mother and father.
Wow.
They were in attendance at that match. That was the only time that my mother, God rest her soul, she died 7 years ago. That was the only time she ever went to Barbados. My father came back from Barbados and called me, said, we're going to Barbados the next time there's a match there. So he and I both went to the next match in Barbados, which was 1999, West Indies versus Australia. What happened in that match?
Well, you put me on the spot, and I would say that I'm not quite sure, but I know there was some chaos in one of the games. I don't think that might be the game, but I would rather let you tell me. But I'm sure that West Indies must have won that game if I'm not wrong. So otherwise, you would not bring it up. So correct me if I'm wrong.
You you are as perceptive as you are handsome, Nikhil. Australia bats first, 490. In response, at the end of the second day, we are 98 for 6. Somehow scrape our way back. Ridley Jacobs scores 68. Sherwin Campbell scores 105, I believe. We end up with 329. Australia goes back into bat. Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh. Remember that there were Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh. Bowls Australia out for 146. They set us 308 to win.
Let me finish this.
Finish this.
Oh, the amazing knock from Brian Charles Lara. And why not? When Brian Walters goes to see the match, it has to be Brian Lara. because I famously remember your story, Brian. A couple of them have actually asked you, "Are you actually Brian Lara?" And you did say, "Yeah, my name is Brian. Just the last name is something else." You can continue the 153 story after this ball, as this is played towards mid-off for a single.
What else is there to say? It is far and away the most amazing match that I've ever seen just on TV, not to mention in person. I spent the last 2 hours of that match, no exaggeration, on my hands and knees in the 3W stand, just like this, holding onto the railings, watching. It was absolutely riveting. He batted the last 2 hours, the last session, with just Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh.
And the legendary leaves from Courtney Walsh. Who can forget that when Jason Gillespie is bowling to him? I mean, those were something that's all right, as this is played towards long gone for a single. But I mean, those leaves are on YouTube. You can go and watch them. You know, those 4 or 5 balls that he played, they were equally important. Next over, Lara comes in and he plays that extra cover boundary, and that's a win. And if I'm not wrong, Brian, Brian, but Brian Lara did score a double century in the next Test match as well, a 200 odd. I mean,
Other way around. First match we played in Trinidad, Australia blew us away. We scored maybe 51. They blew us away. This is a lovely shot. By the way, there's a game here we're covering. Lovely shot again by Shazad. But the first match, we were all out for 51 and they blew us away. The next match was in Jamaica. That was the match where he scored a double hundred. And he and Jimmy Adams batted through an entire day without losing a wicket. And we won that second test. Third test is the one in Barbados. The fourth test, we actually lost, but he scored 100 in that also in Trinidad. Sorry, in Antigua. So the series ended up 2-2. But that was when, most people already knew the brilliance of Lara. That's the one that cemented it in most people's minds.
that's true. I mean, that's those are some amazing memories for sure. As we see over here, USA is 24 for no loss after 5.1 overs. Shahid Shehzad batting on 12 and Rafai Kazi on 10. As we see the bowler Syed Imran Kazmi coming in, right arm over. This ball is played beautifully towards the covers boundary. It might go all the way. The fielder giving a chase. That's a good stop and a couple of runs towards extra cover again for the batter. So 26 for no loss. I beg your pardon. It's actually 29 for no loss after 6 overs. And this was the first ball of the 7th over, and this was from Daniel Supaya, who's bowled 3 overs for 10 runs before the first ball of the 4th over, where he gave a couple of runs. As we see Shahid Shehzad, he's looking very good over here. He's batting on 19 of just 13 balls. In comes Daniel. This is full, and this one took the outside edge, but away from the first slip fielder. This going towards third man. Again, a couple of runs, and 4 runs of the first 2 balls. Shahid Shehzad and USA doing it relatively easily over here. They are 33 for no loss after 6.2 overs. Uh, After this ball, I am going to put Brian on the spot. So Brian can be ready expecting some sort of a question as we see the third ball coming in over here from Daniel. This one was hit back to the bowler and it's a dot ball. Not sure whether it was a catch, maybe a bump ball, but it looked close. 3 balls up, 4 runs of the first 3 balls of this over, as we see Shahid Shehzad, who's batting on 21. Fourth ball of the over coming up. The batter taking strike. Shehzad on 21 of 15. In comes Daniel. This is defended towards covers. It's a dot ball. So Brian, 6.5 overs, 33 for no loss. How many overs do you think the game will go on regardless of who wins?
This will be over in the 32nd over.
All right, that's straight to the point by Brian. And that's the end of the 7th over, I believe. Or maybe there's a ball to go. All right, there's one more ball left. 6.5, 33 for no loss. Shahid Shehzad looking really good. He's batting on 21. He's already got a couple of boundaries. At the other end, Rafai is batting on 10. This one again. Shahzad tried to flick it, took the outside edge, close to the first slip fielder, almost a catch, but a couple of runs in the end towards third man. 6 runs of this over, and after 7 overs, USA are 35 for no loss. Well, Brian, it was your birthday last week, and we did see some exciting pictures. So before the next over starts, I would like to get some input because I did see on Facebook the amazing celebration that you had back in the Caribbean.
I mentioned Barbados earlier. 99 was the first year I went to Barbados. I've gone with my father back to Barbados. We're Jamaican, so I almost feel non-patriotic saying this, but we've gone to Barbados every year since 1999. Just so happens that that one restaurant that we went to, we've gone there so many times that they know us over the years. And so my father, of course, when we walk in, mentioned casually that it was my birthday. Getting ready to leave, and they walk over with this flaming cake, and everybody's singing "Happy Birthday." Really, kind of a touching. Did not expect it at all. And Barbados, in very many ways, has become sort of a second home for us, and we enjoy the environment. Luckily, in addition to Barbados, this year we also went to Antigua. So we did the test match in Antigua, then the test match in Barbados, because if there's cricket being played, we have to watch it.
That's true. As the first ball of the 8th over, this is going down the leg side, and this will be a boundary towards fine leg. Not quite the start in the 8th over, and this is 4 byes. Oh, so that's not quite the start. The new bowler who's coming in wanted actually. So it's 39 already on the board after 7.1 overs, and well, Brian has said this match will get over in 32 overs. I mean, going by the look of the thing, going by the way the things are looking and going at this moment, Brian. I mean, they're going at almost 6 per over. I mean, it's very likely. But you're right. I mean, a couple of wickets, and that's where the experience from the expert commentator has come in. Because for a moment, I was thinking this might get over in 20 overs, but you never know. Cricket is a funny game. A couple of wickets here and there, and the match can turn because USA I beg your pardon, West Indies Canada just have to believe. West Indies is in my mind because of all the Caribbean memories that Brian is sharing with us. The memories from back home as we see the second ball of the 8th over coming up over here. David Mohammed is the new bowler. Not quite the start that he wanted over here. The first ball down the leg, 4 byes. In comes David, and it's going to be Rafai Kazi who is facing David, who's coming in right arm over. This one is short and it's beautifully played. That's a glorious square drive. It's going away from the point fielder. That's beautifully played for 4. And that's the second boundary of the over. Brian, your thoughts on that glorious shot?
Seeing that shot brings back really bad memories.
Okay.
Because I probably told you I played for years in the Houston Cricket League, and I was an opening bowler, and Rafi Kazi was an opening. You're exactly right. I had the Jamaican bandana. Yes, and I've seen that shot from Rafi Kazi so many times that I have PTSD just seeing him play that shot. It Rafi Kazi is just a brilliant batter, and this is exactly what you'd expect a batter of his class to do with the ball like that.
Right. In comes David. This one again, beautifully played. This is again going towards the sweeper cover boundary. That's a glorious shot. If the first one was amazing, the second one was even better because this ball was not that short, Brian. I mean, the way he made room and the way he played it away from the fielder, absolutely beautiful to watch.
It's the difference between power and precision. The second ball of the over hammered away through the covers for 4. This one was much more precise. It was timed and angled just the right angle with the bat to make sure that that ball eluded the fielder backward point. So just excellent batsmanship. Just again, even though it's bringing back PTSD for me, it really is evidence of how the class of a Rafi Kazi tends to energize the team.
Yeah, and I mean, coming back to the bad memories, I'll get back to you after this ball. But David coming in, not quite the way the over is going so far. This one again outside the off stump. He tried to go for the expansive cover drive. In the end, lucky not to get an inside edge. But talking about your memories with Rafiq Kazi, one thing I'm sure you would not mind at this moment. I mean, watching these shots from the commentary box.
This is the best place to enjoy cricket these days. Look, I've played, I've umpired, I've been a match official. All of those have stress. This here is easy. This is just a fan watching a game talking about it. And this is the easy part for me.
Yep, this one is flicked away towards square leg for a single. Uh, well, I mean, at this moment, USA is doing it really easily. They are 49 for no loss after 7.5 overs. David's first over has already gone for 10 runs, and Shahid Shehzad will be on strike. He's batting on 23 off just 18 balls with 2 boundaries. In comes David, final ball of the over. This one was well bowled. The ball dipped a little. In the end, Shehzad missed it. It's a dot ball to finish the over. A good finish in the end by David. 8 overs gone. USA are 49 for no loss.
And one more thing about flashing back to playing against Rafi, one of my most poignant memories, and this one is actually a painful memory. I wasn't actually bowling at this time. I was at short fine leg, and he's going great guns. He's probably on 55 off 30 balls or something like this. And he gets one right on his pads, flicks it just brilliantly off his pads, directly to me, chest height, straight in, straight out.
Well, catches win matches, as they say, but something related to catches also creates some great memories, you can say. So, I mean, the memories can be good for someone, they can be not so good for someone, but it is what it is. Anyways, it's 49 for no loss, 8 overs done. This one is on taken on the full. It's played towards long on for a single. So that's the 50 partnership between the two opening batters for US. They are doing it very easily. 50 up, 8.1 overs. As we see the dugout applauding them. Good team spirit overall. A beautiful day for cricket. Nice breeze going on. And the facilities over here again, excellent. I'll get your thoughts on the facilities over here, Brian, as the second ball of the over coming up. This time it's played away towards point. The ball jumped a bit, defended, dot ball. Brian, beautiful ground. Your thoughts on the conditions over here?
The conditions, as I mentioned earlier, are much more appropriate for batting today versus or at this time of the day versus in the morning. But that evidence is something else that I want to highlight, Nikhil. Much of our cricket in the last several hours, last several years, has been played on concrete wickets. And so on concrete wickets, there is no grafting. There is no applying yourself because the ball bounces the exact same. It doesn't turn that much. On a wicket like this, in the morning, it plays different from in the afternoon. So there's a lot more work involved with judging the conditions and changing your game appropriately. So this facility, if nothing else, I think helps to bring out the best in batters and in some excuse me, in some ways the bowlers also, because as a bowler, if you know that the ball is going to be bouncing awkwardly, then you know to put it on a length that sort of leaves the batters in two minds as to whether they come forward or go back, because that's where you can get wickets. As this is pulled away massively for four more. You know, I said 32 overs earlier. We may we may have to adjust that. So changing the subject and going back to something else that we were talking about before. If you are looking at Canada right now, the question is, where's the wicket going to come from? I can't look at the field that they have set up right now and determine exactly what they're trying to do in order to take a wicket. Can you?
Well, I mean, I'll get back after this ball as we see the bowler coming in. This one again, this is appeal for leg before, and it's given out. That's the first wicket over here, Brian. Or maybe not. I beg your pardon. He didn't give it. I thought he raised his finger. So not quite. So Brian, your question stays, but that was close. Appeal for leg before. Anyways, yeah, I mean, looking at the field, Brian, I mean, I do see they have one slip in there, but other than that, I mean, not quite fielders in the catching position. Maybe they should, if they're bowling straight lines, they should have a short mid wicket, extra cover. Try to see show the batter that there are fielders who are close in, and make the batter do something different. Maybe get mid on, mid off, up, do something where the batsman feels okay, the singles are not coming easily. Maybe apply some dot ball pressure, play some mind games, get a spinner in, do something different. I mean, that's the only way I see. Otherwise, if you look at the field right now, even the close in circle, they're not quite. I mean, there are a few of them who are on the edge of the circle, so that doesn't necessarily help. And I mean, like you mentioned earlier, with the score that they're defending, they have to have attacking fields. So that's what I feel.
I think you nailed it. The fielders inside the circle are back on the edge of the circle. So essentially, you're conceding one. The fielder there right now, there is one slip fielder. You'd want to think that there'd be a much more aggressive fielder, and that these are easy runs here. You should have a fielder at gully, should have a fielder maybe at backward point. There's no concept of sort of trying to force the issue. I like what you just said. Bring the fielders in and ask the batters to hit over the top. That prepares a different challenge or presents a different challenge. Or bring a spinner on. Flight the ball. Ask the spinner to, or ask the batters to hit, try to use their feet to get to the pitch. You have to do something other than just having them milk you all around the ground.
Exactly, as we see David coming in over here to Rafai. This is again gloriously played. It's a square cut, and that's a good stop in the end by the fielder at point. Just a single. But I mean, Brian, the thing is, like, even with this field, they're easily scoring at 6 per over. So rather you get the fielders up and make them do something different. But at this moment, it looks like Canada is playing the waiting game, waiting for things to happen. In comes David. This one is again played towards covers. The fielder in covers again. He's not close in, so that's an easy single. So these are, I mean, they're just milking it easily now. Risk-free cricket. But at the other end, I mean, US is doing it very smartly. I mean, they know the fielders are out. They don't have to do anything different. If they play to their potential, this should be an easy win. Unless Canada comes back strongly, as we see the bowler coming in. This time it's flicked away. This is going towards backward square leg for a couple of runs. And this is very nicely done by both the batters. It's 60 on the board already. And in fact, 62 in 9.4 overs. Shahid Shehzad is batting on 29 of 24 balls with 3 boundaries. Rafai Kazi at the other end, 26 of 34 balls. And Rafai is on strike at this moment. He's already got 4 boundaries. And we see David Mohammed, who is into his second over. He's coming in right arm over. Rafai on strike. This one is full and it's back to the bowler. It's a dot ball. 5 balls of the over done. It's 62 for no loss. As we see the final ball coming in from David. Rafai Kazi, who is looking really good on 26 of 35 balls with 4 boundaries. We'll see what David comes up with over here. The field that he has, he'll be bowling straight. Final ball of the over. This is short and it's easily played towards covers. Dot ball to finish the over. 10 overs gone, 62 for no loss. Brian, do you want to revise your target of 32 overs?
So I'm not going to change the number because I already gave it to you. If I wanted to make an argument for Canada extending this match, the argument would be a wicket can fall at any time. And if the wicket falls, then that old saying in cricket, one brings two. There's always the potential for a second wicket to fall. But these things don't happen by accident. You have to proactively plan for them to happen. And I'm afraid I just don't see the sort of setup for the Pakistan. I've done that 3 times today, by the way.
Well, it's not. I mean, I feel much better that you have done it thrice. I mean, I said West Indies, so I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can say that, but then maybe you have the Pakistan Australia Test series in your mind, which is going on. So we'll try to defend it that way. As looking at the field over here, they have long off in place, long on. We see deep mid wicket out. Looks like we have a change in bowling over here, Brian. This will be the 11th over, and we'll see what happens. A spinner coming in. This is short and it's beautifully played towards the square leg boundary. A couple of, in fact, it's gone all the way. That's a glorious shot. It's pulled away. It was short and the batsman cashed in. A 4 to start of the first ball of the 11th over. And it's already 66 for no loss after 10.1. And this was Shahid Shahzad who played a beautiful pull shot. He's on 33 of 25 balls. Vijay Kumar has come in, the spinner here, Brian. Your thoughts on that?
I like the switch to a spinner. And what I don't like is the spinner who keeps pulling the ball down, pulling it down short and sending it down the leg side. So 2 balls, 8 runs. You admire the fact that the captain is trying to do something different because you want the batters to not get accustomed to the same type of bowling. So I certainly don't have a problem with turning to a spinner. In fact, I think it's a good bit of captaincy. And I've never seen the spinner bowl before, but just from the first 2 deliveries, he has a bit of an awkward release, maybe right over the top, and delivers almost off the wrong foot. So those are the things that could potentially make a difference. If you see right there, see, oh my goodness, oh, nothing given. Now this is interesting. So if the ball bounces more than twice before it reaches to the batter, it's a no ball. If it bounces just twice like this did, then it's a dot ball. It's a fair delivery. That's many umpires I know would have called that a no ball. So that speaks to the quality of both of these umpires.
Yeah, the umpiring again, that's all about being aware, focused on the task at hand because it's not easy. I mean, one mistake and you will be called out for, but people don't remember the correct calls that you make. This one is short and it's just towards the covers fielder, so it's a dot ball in the end. After the couple of boundaries on the first 2 balls, the bowler Vijay Kumar has come back very well with 3 dot balls. Final ball of the over coming up. Uh, all right. So Vijay Kumar waiting. We'll see what happens. Probably one of the fielder has to go out. There'll be a change in field. As we'll wait over here, Brian. Let's see what's going on.
Well, that ball was struck very firmly and fielded in the covers. I'm thinking that he may have gotten hurt just stopping that ball. It really was struck very firmly. And it would not be surprising if that's actually what happened, that he hurt himself because, at our age, well, our age, at your age, you can feel the hard hit ball all day as a young man as you are. When you get to the age that me and these players are, then it's not quite as easy. And that I wouldn't be surprised if he's going off for that reason.
Well, yes, I agree. Final ball of the over. I mean, injuries are not easy at any age, but definitely not at the age that all these players are at this moment. Final ball of the over from Vijay Kumar coming up. This one again down the leg side, and it's going towards the fine leg boundary. It would be probably might stop just before going to the boundary. The fielder giving the chase. Good running in the end. So 3 runs to finish the over, and it's 3 byes in fact. So that's the end of the over. 11 coming of it. So after 11 overs, it is actually after 11 overs, USA are 73 for no loss. Well, talking about the age factor, Brian, I mean, it's just amazing and inspiring to see all these players playing and playing so well at the age. I mean, the fitness and the skill set that they have, but the passion that they possess, I mean, that's just amazing. And I mean, same with you, I would say, because I see you with your knowledge, you sharing your knowledge with all of us, like, when you're commentating and things. It's just so nice to see people like you, the players like all of them. I mean, all of you inspire us to, like contribute and give back as we grow up, but at the same time learn as we watch these games. So thank you to you and thank you to all these players and the management. They have all done a great job.
I have the easy part. The easy part is just me talking about a sport that I love. And if there's anybody who can benefit in any way from either commentating alongside me or listening to me talk, I'm more than happy to do it. But going back to something you just said, players who at this age are still playing the game. You need look no further than this field right over here, where there's a man who is playing, and I'll give you a hint and you tell me. Let's see, let's test your cricket knowledge. 125 test wickets, 27 test matches, I think. Best figures 8 for 29 against Pakistan. Who am I talking about?
Well, I'll get back after this ball. David coming in. This is short and appeal for caught behind, but not out, says the umpire. One of the quickest bowlers from the Caribbean has to be Colin Croft. And I mean, I completely agree. Just the fact that he's playing over here, I mean, that's amazing in itself. But it's a great learning, even to see him and, just the way he goes about playing the game, even at this age. I mean, that's just amazing to see. Um, it's great. I mean, Colin Croft and all these players coming in and contributing, always great for the game of cricket. As we see the bowler coming in right arm over, this is defended towards covers. It's a dot ball, but Brian, you must have seen him, Colin Croft bowl when in his prime, and I'm sure he must have been really quick.
If you ask Jeffrey Dujan, who was the keeper on all of our on through much of our glory years, he will tell you that of all our pace bowlers, the one who hit the gloves the hardest was Patrick Patterson. So you could make an argument that Patterson was the fastest of all of them, based on the man who's keeping to him. I would think that one of the most difficult ones to get away, in addition to being one of the most aggressive and the most hostile, would be Colin Croft. And still physically imposing. He looks every bit of the 6'6" that he is, and he can still play today. You feel like I was watching in Barbados and Antigua last week as this outside edge, I think, runs away for a single. But I'm sure if he put his mind to it, he could bowl as quickly as, or maybe quicker than, some of our bowlers today. And I'm not exaggerating. But in speaking to him before this, he said, "You know what? I have nothing to prove to anybody. I'm just out here having fun." So he opened the bowling just now. Well, came in, bowled the second over, and he's bowling 40% of the pace that he ordinarily bowl with, and 4 or 5 step run up. But you get the sense that if one of the batters hit him back over his head, the next one, he'd be wearing the next one.
Well, they say you bat smartly. That is something that you have to do when Colin Croft is bowling. You don't want to wake up the tiger when he's sleeping or the lion when he's sleeping. So you have to be careful. Just take a single, just defend, and you're good. You get the loose balls from the other bowler, you cash in. You don't, like you were talking about getting injured. I'll come back to that after this ball. This is defended. You're talking about getting injured. You don't want to wake up a sleeping lion. Like he'll bowl a quick ball, and you don't want to get injured with that. So just bat smartly. Just show the respect that he deserves, and just go about nicely with it. So that's the end of the 12th over. After 12 overs, USA are 75 for no loss. Shahid Shehzad is batting on 41 of 35 balls with 5 boundaries. Rafai Kazi on 26 of 37 with 4 boundaries. And almost halfway there, Brian, now.
Going back to Colin Croft for a second, two things. Number one, Joe Garner once said Colin Croft would bounce his own grandmother if there was a wicket in it. And I honestly believe that. Secondly, I watched Ben Stokes score 120, was it, against us last week. And so we were talking about that before, and he said, how in the world can Ben Stokes score 100 and nobody bowl one single bouncer to him? If he hooks you for six, then he hooks you for six. But you can't just keep bowling length and having him cart you all around Bridgetown. It's the mentality that goes along with being just an aggressive pace bowler. That's the element that I think was so endemic in the teams that we had back then. And in Croft's own words, if you want to drive, get a car, because I'm not going to give you anything to drive.
Yep, I mean, those were amazing times. And I mean, we just hear about all that in the during commentary. I mean, things like chin music, and there actually used to be the real chin music back then. The wickets were very juicy, spicy, and when you scored on those wickets, you actually earned those runs. I mean, that's one of the reasons why West Indies respects the Pakistan cricket team, for that matter, especially in the 80s, 80s, because they always fought, and they were up for a fight. I mean, centuries scored by Javed Miadat, for example, that's a white ball. Javed Miadat scoring centuries in the Caribbean. Sanjay Manjrekar, in fact, he made his debut series, I believe, or one of the earlier series that he played against the Caribbean. He did well over there as well. So I mean, all these batters, they earn the respect, and not to forget the original. Oh, this is going for overthrows, and this is, oh, it went off the batter's bat or something. So maybe that's why they didn't run. That's good sportsman spirit over there. Very nicely done by the USA batters. Well, yeah, I mean, talking about scoring in the Caribbean, the original Little Master, Sunil Gavaskar, I mean, he is so widely respected as one of their very own in the Caribbean. As we see, this ball is full by Vijay Kumar and it's played towards the deep mid-wicket fielder for a single. In fact, the batter sort of missed out because the entire leg side was vacant with only one fielder outside. He could have played it anywhere and that would have been a boundary. But in the end, he played it close to the fielder. So just a single for Shehzad over there as Vijay Kumar coming in. This is his second over and he's bowling to Rafai Kazi. This one outside the off stump, and that is an appeal for caught behind. The keeper coming in, the umpire not interested. Well, that looked close, but maybe not quite an edge. It's 80 for no loss after 12.5 overs. In fact, that's the end of the 13th over. 80 for no loss, USA. Shehzad batting on 43 and Rafai Kazi on 28.
So one thing happened there that I don't necessarily like. It's your job as a fielding side to appeal. It's the umpire's job to answer that appeal. If the umpire's job or if the umpire's response to your appeal is no, you don't keep running down the wicket yelling at the umpire. I don't like that. So I would think at some point the captain of the Canadians should just kind of pull his troops in and say, hey, look, we may probably, in all likelihood, are going to lose this game, but let's lose with dignity. Let's not try to beg for a wicket because what the effect that has on an umpire, the umpire immediately gives his decision, immediately shook his head no. When you're trying to run down the wicket and continue appealing, what you're saying is, I don't respect the decision that you just make, so I'm going to try to intimidate you. And a good umpire like Bandula is not going to like that. He's not going to make a decision contrary to what he thinks, but at the same time, he's not going to be intimidated. So I really would prefer to see the Canadians not do that. That may be the umpire and me talking, but I prefer to see you play the game in the best spirits and not have anything like that happen.
All right, David coming in. This is played towards covers for it's a dot ball. David has given away 17 runs in 3 overs. But I completely agree with you, Brian. I mean, regardless of what is the situation of the game, it's very important for the players to maintain the right spirit and play the game in a fair manner because ultimately it's all about playing hard but playing fair. As we see David coming in, this is down the leg side. The batter missed out a little bit of bat, and that could have gone to the fine leg boundary. Uh,
Let me explain that because that's one of the playing conditions. I don't think you got any bat on that. In the playing conditions for this tournament are that if the ball goes down the leg side and it's not an egregious wide, if it's wide by maybe 6 inches, you're allowed one down the leg side. If in the same over you bowl a similar ball down the leg side, then that second one is called a wide. And this is just a dot ball. But if it's egregiously down the leg side, then yeah, that will be a wide. But it's sort of an acknowledgement that these players are not what they were 15, 20 years ago, and these games would take 10 hours otherwise.
I agree, and I mean it's a little similar to American college cricket. They do have some rules on those lines, not necessarily the same way, but somewhat similar. As we see David coming in, this is played towards mid wicket. It's a dot ball. Well, it's 80 for no loss, 13.3 overs, and we'll have to see whether Canada can pick up the first wicket of this inning. Shahid Shehzad is batting on 43 or 40 balls. He's going with a strike rate of 107.5. At the other end, Rafai Kazi is batting on 28 of 41 balls. David Mohammad, 3.3 overs, 17 for no loss. In comes David. This is defended. 4 dot balls. It's been a good over so far. And that's just the sort of pressure Canada should have looked to apply from the beginning, and in fact, even going forward to make some sort of a match out of this, they should at least try to keep bowling those dot balls, keep bowling in good areas, make the batter earn the runs, and see if something can happen with a couple of wickets here and there. As we see David Mohammed coming in for the fifth ball of the over. This is taken on the full by the batter. It's played towards mid off. A brilliant stop over there by the fielder at mid off. If that would have crossed the fielder, it could have been a boundary, but a very good dive and just a single in the end. So it's the end of the 14th over, and it's after 14 overs, USA are 81 for no loss.
14 without loss. 14 overs, 81 without loss. So the USA is exactly halfway there. So we had to pause midstream for a little photo shoot that just happened. But 81 without loss, exactly halfway there. So Nikhil, 81 without loss. And this is hoisted away on the leg side. They'll get one, they'll probably get two. One thing I've noticed here, Nikhil, is that the Americans, in addition to being well ahead of the game, appear to be a lot fitter and in a lot better shape than the Canadians. A couple of threes have already been run, and the running between the wickets generally is a lot more aggressive than Canada displayed. So it feels like the intrigue has gone out of this game.
Well, yes, as we see the bowler coming in, this is outside the off stump, and looks like there was an outside edge. The keeper tried to go for the catch in the end, not quite a wicket, as this is a change in bowling. We have Mathia Lagan, Ishwara Lingam coming in. And yeah, so this is a single towards point on the offside, and we got the bowler's name right over here, Brian. So we are good. Um, yep. So Shahid Shehzad is on 47, and this time it's defended for a single, quick single on the offside. That's nicely done. Uh, Ishwara Lingam is bowling well. He's bowling well. He's flighting the ball and not quite giving a loose ball as such. But that was a quick single by Rafai Kazi. Shahid Shehzad is on strike. This one again outside the off stump and well left by the batter. And we have just a couple of balls before the break. This is the 15th over. USA are 85 for no loss. Ishwara Lingam coming in. This is shot outside the off stump and a very good stop by the fielder there at point. He did a good job because either side of the fielder that could have been a boundary. Uh, in fact, it looks like it's the end of the over. So 15 overs gone, 85 for no loss USA, and that's going to be drinks. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Welcome back to Prairie View. Really, really wonderful to have had the pleasure of commentating alongside Mr. Nikhil Bhatt, famous cricketer and commentator here in the Houston area. Spent a fair amount of time discussing and rolling the clock back in some ways, both here in the Houston League as well as in the West Indies. All of that distracted from the fact that we have a game here that appears to be very one-sided. Of course, anything can happen in cricket, and you always have to keep that in mind. But if things go the way that they appear to be going, this is going to be a pretty comprehensive victory for the Americans against Canada. Piece of trivia, not very many people know this. Not only is USA versus Canada in cricket the oldest cricketing rivalry in the world, it also happens to be the oldest sporting rivalry, international sporting rivalry in the world. In no other sport has there been two countries that played each other before America and Canada first played each other in 1844 was the first time that these two countries played each other in cricket. That has continued for the last several years, with a few exceptions here and there. It's just a bit of trivia that many people don't know. But USA and Canada have long had a well-respected relationship between the two countries. And again, their rivalry is the oldest international sporting rivalry in the world. Back to the live cricket. The bowler is Vishan, and the two batters who have really set this game up very nicely for the Americans are Shahzad and Rafi Kazi. Rafi Kazi, the more sedate of the two, 29 from 42, and Shahzad going at a strike rate of almost 100. He's at 47 from 49 balls. Truly, I believe, one direction that this game is going to go in, and I suspect that that will be a loss for the Canadians. Big swipe there is a wide ball. Boy, I tell you what, Shahid Shahzad is looking to take that ball from well outside off stump and sweep it over on the leg side. I think he's in a bit of a hurry to try to get to his 50. His next delivery pushed through and no run there. Looking really eager is Shahzad to get things going. I think maybe slightly the pressure of being on 47 is what's causing him to appear to be so anxious. But needless to say, the game well and truly under control for the Americans. Great delivery. Appeal for a catch behind. Not necessarily. Well, the umpire is not interested. And just for a split second, you might have seen the umpire's hand raised there. But in fact, he was signaling umpire Siddiqui to his partner, umpire Hetiarachi, that there were two balls left in the over. Flighted and defended. This is good bowling here by Bishan. Bishan Demel bowling right arm over, giving it a little bit of flight, asking the right questions of the batter, and generally that's a good delivery, and it struck firmly but right to that man short extra cover. So good over, really good over. In fact, only 2 runs having been scored from it. Good finish to the over by Bishan, and all of a sudden that one good over brings the required rate up to 2.55. Of course, that is not something that will bother the Americans one bit. The Americans could actually concede 6, 7, 8 overs in a row and still not have it bother them. They probably won't, but there's again not a lot of intrigue left in this match. And Canada, I would like to think, as the field is very spread out and there's singles all over the place to be had. So back sort of to the question I asked Nikhil several overs ago, where exactly is Canada looking to get the wickets? There is no apparent plan, I don't think, to get any wickets. And I really do think that, and it may be academic at this point, of course, but down the leg side, swept away, that's going to run close to the boundary for four, I believe. They're still running. They get two and goes all the way for four. So signal from umpire Hetiarachi indicates that it was in fact an under edge that went away for four. So four more runs to the total. That is Rafi Kazi. Kazi himself now goes to 34 from 44. Shahid Shazad on 47 from 53. And this opening pair, apart from that one scare from the very first ball of the innings, I think are well on the way to helping the USA to a comprehensive victory here. Target 161. The overall run rate so far is just under a run a ball, 5.63. Teasing, tempting delivery, tossed up, and Rafi Kazi happy to help this one into the outfield for a single. So 5 runs having been scored from the over so far. The score is now 92, and Shahid Shahzad is on 47. That's a great delivery. Yorker length. Almost had him overbalanced there. And he almost stumbled out of his crease, but he did manage to get the bat down in time. So no run. And 47, I suspect that he's going to be looking big here. Oh, quicker, flatter ball. Looking to flash this one away. Luckily for him, did not get the top edge. But easily could have ended up either in the hands of of the keeper or for a slip. Tossed up slowly. Oh, he gave him. Oh, given umpire Bandula Heterachi, not in the very least unsure, took a bit of time, but then immediately raised his finger. A good umpire always thinks about his decision before he gives it. So when he gave that decision, I think he was reasonably sure that that was a wicket. Now, if you look at the reaction of Shahid Shahzad, it could be suggested that he thinks that he may have hit that. And that's probably something that we can ask him later on. But none of that matters. The umpire thinks that it was out. And as we were speaking earlier, the umpire's decision is the only thing that matters. So the first wicket falls. A great start applied here by Shahid Shahzad. And the majority of the work, I think, it feels like the heavy lifting has already been done. And so at this stage, it's just a matter of being able to see what happens from here in terms of whether or not there will be other hiccups before the Americans overhaul that total. So 92 for 1 is the score. We'll get the name of the new batter as soon as it is announced to us. The new batter is Mohammed Majid. Or Majid Mohammed. So quick conversation between the two batters. Rafi Kazi, who's been solid as the other opener, not quite as aggressive. Not quite as aggressive as Shahid Shahzad, but one suspects that given that there is now a wicket and a new partner at the other end, that you may expect to see Rafi Kazi take the more senior role in terms of shepherding the chase from this point forward. So there are 52 of you online with us. Thank you for watching. Once again, I had the pleasure for the last several overs of having a partner here in the commentary area. As of right now, that partner has left. And so I'm more than happy to carry on conversations with those of you who feel like typing anything into the chat box, whether it be information about one of the players or maybe information about where you happen to be watching from. More than happy to take those comments and give me something else to talk about other than the fact that this appears to be, even though a wicket just fell for the US, this still appears to be something that a chase that the US has well and truly under control. 92 for one. And the bowling. Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, very full, right in, maybe going down, slipping down from this angle. Might have just been slipping down leg. Again, here from our position in the commentator's box, it's probably exactly the same angle that you all have on the screen because we're actually seated right behind the camera. So we're not directly in line, so it's a little bit more difficult to judge LBW shouts and so on. But again, these are two very experienced umpires. Naveed Siddiqui is a Pakistani cricket board certified umpire, and Bandula Hetirachi is somebody who Hetirachi certified through the Sri Lanka Cricket Board. So both very experienced, would have seen and played and umpired in matches. The magnitude of this one are much greater. So no concern about them and their competence. It's just a matter of being able to understand the decision and help the players understand why they have to live with it. Oh, quick single taken there. Thick under edge. The throw comes into the non-striker's end. Single taken. So Rafikazi probably initially didn't realize that that ball had ricocheted away as far as it did and called through for the single by the non-striker Majid Mohammed. And 3 for 1. And a little bit of a more aggressive field being set now by Canada. Well defended. They run for a quick single, relatively easy single in the end. That's good cricket because more than anything else, what you're trying to do, particularly after a wicket has just fallen, is just to make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. And that's exactly what the Americans have done here. So 2 runs already been scored from this over, and this looks to be a third. Again, just good, solid cricket. Just make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking. Keep shaving the runs off that target. Target is now 67. In fact, the deficit towards the target is now 67. The target is 161. The required rate hovering now below 2.5. It's now 2.47. In fact, accurately is now 2.48. Score is, in fact, check that. The target is 2.44. So 1 run having been scored off the last ball of the over. Target of 161 is now only 66 runs away. Canada definitely has work to do, and at the risk of repeating myself, I'm more than mystified as to why a more aggressive field is not being set, because if you offer the American side the singles, they'll easily, happily take the singles, because as of this point, the only thing that matters is whether or not they'll be able to bowl out the Americans, and I don't think that they'll be able to do that if they set very conservative fields. But where they are now is the fact that they're going to make sure, or at least you would think that they'd want to make sure that this is being accelerated. They want to make sure that they're taking steps toward getting a wicket. And as of right now, I don't necessarily see a plan to have a wicket taking type of field. So that's certainly something that they're going to want to have a look at. At any event, bowler is now going to be uh, the name that I cannot pronounce. I may just have to have somebody maybe phonetically spell his name for me, but Matalagan? Anyway, tossed up and driven through the covers. That's going to run away close to the boundary. And in fact, it gets there now. So well struck, proper cover drive. Does not surprise anyone that Rafi Kazi is the author of such a drive. He moves now into the 40s. Score is now 99 for 1. And that target is now closer and closer within reach. Good, solid off drive. Scored a lot of his runs through that offside. And it goes again, square of the wicket this time. Oh, this time there's coverage out there. Really, really nice flowing square cut. But with the coverage out there, the protection in the deep, he only concedes a single. So now it is Majid Mohammed on strike. Short and pounded away. There's no one out there. That's going to run away for 4. Absolutely no one out there. Just acres and acres of room. The 100 is up for the Americans. Only now 57 more runs required. So 57 runs to go. 1 wicket has fallen, so 9 wickets are in hand. Tossed up delivery, taken on the full, driven right back to the bowler. But all in all, it feels just again an air of inevitability about what's to happen here. This one is quicker and flatter, pushed through. Umpires both signal to each other that there's 2 balls remaining. 9 runs from the over so far. Rafi Kazi now 42, so within 8 of yet another half century for this brilliant opening batsman. Tossed up and a teaser this time. Does not take the bait. He was tempting him, but did not take the bait. So Majid Mohammed does not go for it and allows the ball to go through to the keeper. So that completes the 19th over. 9 runs coming from that over. And after 19, the score is 104 for 1. So the required rate, again, not the biggest statistic to pay attention to here, but required rate is now 2.19. The Americans are scoring at the rate of 5.47 runs per over. And the bowler is Vishan. Vishan Demel is the bowler. .57 the target, 57 more needed. And I have to say that the wind that was very much a problem earlier on has died down considerably. So now just a hint of a wind coming in from the west as compared to the really, really strong winds that we had earlier this morning. Bishan continuing here from the northern end. His first ball is defended for no run. Second ball played into that backward point position. No run. Bishan this far, 2 overs, none for 5. Rafikazi looking really good, 42 from 54. And Majid Mohammed just having come to the wicket, 5 from 5. Very good delivery. Full driven right into that short extra cover position. So 3 dot balls to start the 20th over. Of course, Americans are not bothered in any way by the dot balls. And defended into the covers. You could argue potentially that there could have been a run there, but again, no reason to take any chances if you're the Americans. Required rate sneaks up from 2.19 to 2.25. Tossed up and hit. Ooh, I'll tell you what, gets past that fielder in the covers and it runs away all the way to the boundary for 4. So that's Rafi Kazi continuing on a march toward what would be a really classy half century. Just gets it away, eases it off the back foot through the covers. He's played that shot a number of times in his innings so far, and he really looks solid. He looks composed, not in any way bothered by the bowling, equally comfortable to pace or spin. Here he is again. Down the leg side. Something came from that. I don't know if it was bat or body, but he comes back running hard and he gets 2. Look for the umpire's signal. Signals a leg by. So no runs to Rafi Kazi. No runs accredited to him, but 2 runs obviously credited to the team. So 6 runs total from that over. The last 2 balls are what yielded those 6 runs. Score is now 110 and only 51 runs needed for the Americans. .110 for 1 the score. Majid Mohammed just having come to the wicket. 5 from 5. Rafi Kazi 46 not out from 59. And the bowling again is Mateo Lagan. Short, very wide outside off stump, and in fact, adjudged wide by umpire Hetiarachi. That's a delivery, drawing the batter forward. It's having him come forward and meet that one on the half volley. Not quite full enough to drive, but defended well in the end. Majid Mohammed taking a good look before he starts going for shots, it looks like. Wide, outside off stump, and cut away for probably 2. Yep, pick up and throw comes in. In fact, it only makes it as far as that fielder on the circle at backward point. So easy 2. Mohammed now himself moves up to 7. 48 more needed. Flight to delivery off the back foot. Oh, good commitment. Oh, look at this. They get a single, but it was good commitment shown by the bowler himself, Matalagan, Matayalagan. Even in a game that appears to be an easy victory for the Americans, he's still making them fight for everything that they get. They get a single, but a diving attempt by him to prevent the ball from running into the outfield and potentially concede more runs. This one's driven down the ground to mid-on. Single. That is Rafikazi that moves on to 47 himself. Score to 115. Oh, across the line and sweeps. He may have gotten an under edge. They get a single, but let's see what the umpire's signal is. Yep, no signal from the umpire, so that was apparently an under edge. And one ball remaining, I believe. Yep, umpires signal to each other. Slip coming into position now. Flighted and tossed up. Hit. And there is a 50 for Rafikazi. Lovely, lovely innings by Rafikazi. Very, very well batted. He's done exactly what he needed to have done here in setting the table for what should be a comprehensive victory by the U.S. The score now moves on to 118. We'll get confirmation of the score shortly, but of greater import is the fact that the target is now in the mid 40s. It's either 45 or 43, depending on what the accurate score is. No, in fact, the score is 120. So 120 for one. There's only another 41 runs needed. We're about to start the 22nd over. Again, for what it's worth, the required rate is now 1.71. This is clipped in the air for a while, but past that fielder short mid on, they get one. That's all they'll take. You get the sense that if they needed, if there was a higher target, that they could have pushed on for that, but not a lot of concern. And they're essentially, this is now starting to feel like it's a net session for the Americans. One run from that first ball, and it's all really coming very easily as this is clipped into the outfield. That's going to be two if they want it. Yep, they come back for two. Target is now 38. The deficit, I should say, is now 38. And that run rate, the actual run rate, is now snuck up to 5.77. Again, for what it's worth. The required rate, if they score at the rate of 1.61 runs per over from here, they win this game. You suspect that they will score at a rate much higher than that. 3 balls remaining, I believe, in the over. Ball is Vishan. Down the leg side, not given as a wide. So it feels like the only intrigue that's left in this game, because there's no way that Rafikaze has a big enough target to score 100. So that's off the table. Only 38 runs required, and he himself is on 51. So he's not going to score 100. So the only intrigue is whether or not Canada can take a couple more wickets and maybe add some more intrigue or some more interest in this game, because otherwise it's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this stage. That's the end of the 22nd over. 4 runs from that over. Check that, 5 runs from that over. The score is 125 for one, and another 6 sixes will end this match. Chances are we won't see 6 sixes, I don't think, but well, it's now the 23rd over that's about to start. So 6 sixes here in the 23rd, and everybody gets to go home happy. Well, the wind's starting to pick up again just a little bit as Matalagane Matalagan continues his spell. Bowling to Majid Mohammed. tossed up and driven back past the bowler who deflects it. Good again, good effort on his part to try to prevent these runs from being scored, but he cannot stop that single. 126 for 135 now required. Struck to mid off. No run. Throw comes back into the keeper's end. Did that hit directly? It may have been a direct hit. It was a direct hit, but no concern. Rafikazi easily back into his crease. Rafikazi 51 from 61. Teasing delivery, tossed up, and it's driven square of the wicket in the air for a bit of time, but ultimately no concern there for Rafikazi. Swept away. That is such a lovely shot. Absolute class. And it will get to the boundary. Yep, just gets to the boundary right now. 4 more runs to Rafikazi. Just elegant, proper classical sweep shots. Runs away behind square for 4. So he moves on now to 55 from 64 balls faced. The deficit now 31. 161 is the target, and it feels like the Americans are going to knock this off in a number of overs much lower than I had initially guessed. Initially, I think I'd said 32. It feels like this is going to be done in the next 3 or so overs. Dot ball here to end things in the 23rd. The score is 130 for 1. 130 for 1 is the score. Rafikazi 55 from 65. Majid Mohammed 15 from 17. This is Vishan Demel continuing bowling from the north end. Vishan's figures so far 4 overs, none for 14. Just clipped in the air, just landing short of that fielder at mid wicket. See where Majid Mohammed pounds his thigh pad in frustration. Feels like he should have gotten that past that fielder. This is in the gap between that fielder and square leg. Shy taking at the stumps, but I think he had it under control the entire time. So another single. Score is now 131, and only another 30 runs required. Hammered right back towards the bowler, as well fielded. Struck pretty firmly, not as hard as a cricket ball can be hit, but still pretty firmly. And not a lot of trouble there in being able to stop that ball from getting by him. Oh, square cut. Rafikazi has played that shot a number of times so far today. 2 balls remaining here in the 24th. Flighted and struck through the covers. This may be 4 more. Racing across the ground and now getting there for 4. So Rafikazi just unfurling all of the shots in the play in his armory. Truly looking just class player that he is, and once again helping the Americans to what is effectively going to be a walk in the park at this stage. Tossed up, and that's going to be 4. No, no, yeah, it might be 4 more. looking to escort that ball to the boundaries. That fielder is not going to get there. So another four. Rafikazi on now to 63. And the score is 139 for one. So 24 overs finished. This has the feeling of maybe three more overs remaining. The run rate, actual run rate for the innings is now up to 5.79. Once again, for what it's worth, the required rate is a little bit over 1.05. And this really does feel like an air of inevitability. So 139 for one, coming down to probably you could argue an anticlimactic end to this innings, given the fact that the Americans have the chase well and truly under control. Bowler is Rajendra Shankar. Punches this one into the covers. A quick single taken by Majid Mohammed. Rajendra Shankar, right arm spinner. From here, it appears that he's bowling off spin. Canadians effectively appear to have given up the fight. The fielders are moving relatively lethargically in the field. This ball is pushed through relatively quickly, but left alone by Rafikazi. Rafikazi 63 from 69. Ably partnered at this moment by Majid Mohammed, who is 17 from 20. Struck in the air past that fielder. In fact, he slowed it down enough at mid-wicket where it trickles into the outfield, and the fielder coming in from the boundary at Cal Corner to save the damage or limit the damage to just one. So the score moves on now to 141. Another 20 runs needed. Make that 19 as this ball is struck down the ground to long on. USA and Canada. This Masters Cricket USA. This is flashed through the offside, but this is a good stop on the edge of the cover, edge of the circle in the covers by the fielder for Canada. So another single conceded. One more ball remaining in this, the 25th over. A little bit of a delay here as Majid Mohammed gets set to face again. 143 is the score. Rajendra Shankar full driven down to long off for a single. That is the end of the 25th over. After 25, the score is 144. Only some 17 runs required. All the steam has been taken out of the chase by the Americans. Canadians again appear to have an air of inevitability about exactly what is happening here for them. And it's just a matter of knowing again what the final score or what the final margin is going to be. Canada will probably consider it a moral victory if they take a wicket or two here at the end. The bowler is Vijay Kumar. Vijay Kumar will be bowling to Majid Mohammed, or Mohammed Majid. First ball short and cut away, but right to that man in the covers, so no run. Only 17 more runs required. Once again, for what it's worth, required rate is now under 1. Very high. That's going to be a no ball. Yep, full. And I believe that attempted pull is missed and it hit the keeper exactly where his pad is not. Boy, if that has ever happened to you, you realize that that's a lot of pain because that ball just hits exactly in that spot, maybe right above his keeping pads. And I don't believe he's wearing any thigh pads, so that would have just thudded into his thigh. Again, could make the argument it would have been worse had it been a pace bowler, but it still does not feel good. But more to the point, and for the team, this next delivery is now going to be a free hit. So with a free hit under these circumstances of the same batter on strike, you cannot change the field. And this ball is whipped away behind square. They'll get 2 very easily. It's well run. Throw comes in to the keeper. To the keeper's end. So the required number of runs is now 14. Very easy victory on tap here for the Americans. Short, popped up in the air. Fielder coming around the square leg, not able to get to it. Well, that's very similar to the shot that was played from the first ball of the innings. And that very easily could have been another wicket, but on this occasion, it didn't stay in the air quite long enough for the fielder running around from square leg to be able to get to it. The two batters having a little bit of a chat, probably something along the lines of, let's take the easy victory that we can get and let's not mess anything up. Let's just make sure that we don't do anything silly. We can both go in having taken the team over the finish line, and this next ball rather is hit into the mid wicket area for no run. So only another 14 runs needed. Not a lot of urgency by the Americans. Short cut away through that offside again. Rafi Kazi doing what Rafi Kazi does. 4 more runs to the total, so only now 10 required. Rafi himself now goes up to 65, and the 150 is on the board. Now 151 for 1. Very, very straightforward and emphatic victory on the cards here for the Americans. And just with 1 ball remaining in the 26th over, tossed up. Oh boy, that was a gift, and the gift was not accepted by, of all people, Rafi Kazi. Could have hit that anywhere. Ended up just coming off the Q end of the bat, rolling to mid wicket for no run. So that completes the over. At the end of 26, only 10 more runs required. Check that I missed a run somewhere because not only 9 runs are required, so 8 runs came from that over. The score is 152 for 1, And with only 9 runs required, I suspect that we'll be leaving here within a handful of deliveries. $152 for one. The bowler is we'll get the bowler here shortly. Outside off, a little bit of an awkward bounce, but left alone by Majid Mohammed. Bowler is Rajendra. Short. Oh, thick outside edge. Flies past first slip. Running close to the boundary. Probably will not have the legs to get there. They'll get two. They'll certainly come back for three. Very easy. Three taken by the Americans. So a half a chance there as that ball flies in that maybe just six more required. So now we just need one stroke. And that begs the question, why did the Canadians not have more men in catching position, not just on that ball, but just throughout this innings? Because otherwise, it was always going to be an easy victory for the Americans. Oh, big drive there. Rafikazi looking maybe to finish things in style, but just a dot ball. And now another 6 balls remaining. This has been academic for a very long time. It's just a matter of seeing what the final score is going to be. Pushed through more flat this time and punched down to mid on or long on for a single. 4 ties it from here. And 3 balls remaining, I believe, in this over. It's pushed through, not looking for a single as the bowler does the work to do the cleanup. Short, hammered. This is going to be 4. And there's the 4 that ties the scores. The scores are now level. And so now it's just a matter of one more run of any flavor. One run of any flavor wins this game. And that is the end of the over for what it's worth. And with the scores now level, there is probably no point in having anyone in the outfield. But I suspect that you will still see people in the outfield here. Looking over to our right, just off camera, you can see the Americans gathered, about to walk out onto the field at the score of the next run, and this ball is punched into the outfield. It's going to run away for 4, and that is all it takes. A victory, a pretty emphatic victory in the end for the Americans. Rafik Kazi does the hard work, finishes with 74 not out from 78 balls, assisted by Majid Mohammed, who effortlessly scored 29 from 30. And as it is, pretty comprehensive victory. We said earlier on that it was going to require Canada taking wickets early and knocking and putting the Americans under pressure. That just very honestly never materialized. And in the end, a pretty straightforward victory here for the Americans. So all the intrigue has been taken out of this game. In fact, that was the case a long time ago. But now that that's happened, we can look at where things are at this moment. We can give you quick updates of the scorecard, the way that things are now. We just going from the very top. So Canada, Imran Kazmi, not Nadim Malik, 16. Rajendra Sankar 7, Vishandamel 8, Rohan Jayasekara 40, John Lewis 14, Naveed Sarai 38, Kiran 1, David Mohammed 7, Vijay Kumar 9, and Matai Lagan not. So with 20 extras, that equated to a score of 160. And then, of course, the Americans had a target of 161, which they achieved in pretty straightforward fashion. Shahid Shazad, 47 from 56 with 5 fours. Rafi Kazi, who for my money is the man of the match, 74 from 78 with 13 glorious boundaries. And Mohammed Majid coming in to help Rafi Kazi supply the winning effort at the end. So, very comprehensive victory for the Americans. And so, we will be signing off from this point. Really, my pleasure to have brought this broadcast to you, despite the little trouble that we had at the beginning. We eventually, I think, settled down into hopefully what would have been a good way of you being able to follow these games. So, thank you very much for everybody listening, and we hope to hear you right here again as this tournament goes on for the next few days. We will be back on the air tomorrow morning, I believe, at about 10 o'clock. And at the end of that, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night.